hell hath frozen over. The stream is starting on time tonight. Jesus. Hey guys. Let me get the... I have new in-ears, so let's see if they actually work. Hey guys, what's up? How's everybody doing? Let me make sure all the things are doing the things. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, good. Hi, guys. Hi, Audriel. Hi, Lisa Simpson is here. Lisa Simpson, fun story, I've been saying ever since I started my channel 3 years ago, because when I started my channel in 2020, Simpsons had been on for 30 years. They had celebrated their 30th season, and they had been put on Disney Plus, and you can watch all of them over there. And I said, one day soon, Simpsons is going to end, and when it does, I want to do a video where I cover literally all of it. Like, I go through a giant, overview video like I'm doing for the giant overview Sailor Moon video. And that was 3 years ago. I've been saying the same thing every year for the past 3 years. Like, this is going to be the last one. This is going to be the last one. This is going to be the last one. And it hasn't been. And they just got renewed. Actually, it happened a little while ago now, but they got renewed through 2025, and there's no end in sight. So, I don't know, maybe I'll just give up and just do an overview video of however many we have. But as soon as I do that, then they're going to announce that they're ending it. So then, but it'll take me, so long to get through 30, whatever, 800 episodes of Simpsons. So maybe that's what I'll do. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Jay. I like this sweater. It's very yellow, and I like it a lot. Yeah. Hello, it's ironic that I had the Oz book, that I hear the Oz book getting banned. We have a book. Wait, they're banning the Oz books? Jesus Christ. Oh, speaking of banning, I'm gonna bitch like a YouTuber for a second. If you're looking for the Phantom of the Opera video, it got blocked by manual review at about 5:17 tonight. So I'm going through the processes of letting them mute a tiny bit of the song in one part that they're mad about. And I might have to let them just cut a little tiny bit out of it, but I'm just so annoyed. I'm like, dude, why? Hi, Natty. So apologies if you're looking for that. Hopefully by tomorrow morning it will be live again. Procrastinates about glasses shopping. I know that feeling. Stupid Phantom review. It's just, they're so protective over Phantom of the Opera, and I know that legally I am completely in the right to review like I review everything else. And I could dispute it, but honestly, the dispute just goes back to the people that manually declined my review, went out of their way to just basically just ignore fair use. So I'm just like, I'm gonna try to just play nice at first, and if literally nothing else works, I will try to dispute it. But hopefully we'll get that all sorted out. It's a very small issue in the grand scheme of life, but it's very annoying when things like this happen. Restfall by Pink, is that something that's very copyright protected? Queer themes and topics, hint at trans Ozma and other characters being queer coded. Jeez. People are so stupid. Oh my god, that's so annoying. I'm sorry to hear that. But remember, read banned books. I'm eating a peanut butter chocolate bar that Spencer made. I could hear myself crunch a little bit. Sorry about that. He does. These are technically no-bake. He made them... They're just you put them in the freezer. But yes, he does bake. Oz has been banned from multiple times for stupid reasons. Yeah. Oh, fair use, we don't know her. Apparently. Now, Today, or tonight, we'll be reading Welcome Home, Mary Ann, book 11 from the Babysitter's Club Friends Forever series. We haven't read a Friends Forever book yet, so this will be our first, and I'm told that this is what wraps up Sunny and Dawn's storyline from California Diaries, now that we've read all of those. If you're interested, if you're new, hi, I know we have a few new people. If you're new, feel free to go back and watch the VODs of those readings. But tonight we're going to be reading this one. I meant to do this last week, but then I just didn't have time, so we're here now. That he doesn't read can be looked over now. I feel like saying in Spencer's defense, he does read. He just doesn't read like a whole lot of fiction. He's more of a movie guy for fiction, but he does do quite a bit of reading on like science and technology, things like that. But yeah, let's read the back of this book. Nothing stays the same. Mary Ann's been going through some big changes lately. She has a new house and a new boyfriendless life. Her stepsister Dawn is coming to stay for the summer, which is always fun. I don't believe her. I feel very bad for her that her stepsister Dawn is coming to visit. But this time Dawn is bringing a guest, Sunny, her best friend from California. Sunny's been going through changes that are even bigger than Mary Ann's. Her mom just died, and she isn't ready to fully face it yet. How can Mary Ann help Dawn help her? So, yeah. We'll have some... I put the trigger warnings on screen for this one just because we're going to have talk of, you know, death as we have had before, I believe. Let's just say death. I think we're safe from some of the other ones this time. Stuff. Yeah, I think we can just stick to these we can only stick to like 4 trigger warnings instead of like 8. Good for us. Come on, center a little bit. I swear to God. There we go. I feel like helping Dawn behave like a decent human being is a big ask. Me too. Hi, pizza. Going to be honest, I like to check in, but usually I don't stay for these books because they tackle too many heavy subjects. No worries. That's why we warn in the beginning. They're here if it's something that you're at any point willing or want to hear, and if not, feel free to duck out. We appreciate you being here in any form. And after this, we truly are done with the sunny, sad plot line. We'll, of course, have more Babysitter's Club stuff, but it'll be much more mild, I think. Thank you, pizza. It looks almost orange on screen, but it's like a very like mustardy yellow, and I love yellow, and it's a very soft sweater. Also, it's raining really hard outside, so if you hear thunder or rain or anything like that, that's what it is. They mean things about Dawn. I'll go first. She's a toxic friend. She's a narcissist. Let me add one. She always lectures people about eating meat. It's raining here too. Yeah, it's raining super hard. It's about to be rainy season here for Georgia, so, you know. Looks like back in the day this was a library book. Loaned out to somebody named Jessica. Shout out to all the Jessicas out there. Anna Martin really, really, really has written just a lot of books. Like, this is a list, if you can see this whole list of books is a bunch of, like, other books that don't have to do with... Down here is The Kids in Ms. Coleman's Class, Babysitter's Little Sisters, Babysitter's Club, Babysitter's Club Mysteries, Babysitter's Club Series, and California Diaries. And then these are all books that are not in any of those series. She has no self-awareness. She's a hypocrite. We hate Dawn Club. Um, every time Dawn makes you mad, take a shot. Oh boy. Let's just chug the whole bottle. Well, I have non-alcoholic. If you want to experience the drinking game but without getting drunk, I'm more than willing to take you up on that offer. Because I need to be sober enough to finish the book. So yeah, I'm going to be checking in sporadically with the process on this video. The annoying thing is it's taking forever because on the Phantom video, I let them mute out a little bit of the music that's playing under my speaking without actually getting rid of my speaking. It might make it sound a little weird, but at least you'll be able to hear what I'm saying in that one little clip. And it's taking forever to reprocess. It's been at it for about 3 hours trying to reprocess. And then once that's done, there's a secondary claim that's an audio claim, so I have to tackle that after this is done. But while one is being tackled, you can't make any motions on any of the other ones, which feels annoying. It feels like you should be able to make motions at once and then I'm back though. Part of why the in-ears are necessary. Now I can hear myself without the need of the headphones. I love these headphones. These headphones that Spencer gave me ages ago. Oh, I'm frozen. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Um, hang on. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Yes, I froze. For some reason, all of my rig, like the USB port that has everything plugged into it, unplugged somehow and then plugged back in, and like disconnected and reconnected. I'm back. I felt like I was seeing things. No, it's not you. Um, suddenly Yerk. No, I'm back. Sorry. Hashtag slander dawn. Um, but no, back to what I was saying. I love these headphones very much, but sometimes I don't want to look like such a stereotypical streamer. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but so I just got some in-ears that are very loud. Oh my god, they're so loud. I can't hear. I hope nobody needs me for anything while I'm on this stream because I can't hear anything. And I can hear myself very, very much. All right. Let's see. 8:14. We've got kind of a not a long book by any means. We usually were reading kids books, so they stay in the kind of under 150 world, but this one's like 130 something pages, so um let's just get into it. The author gratefully acknowledges Ellen Miles for helping in preparing this manuscript. I believe that is the customary Anne M. Martin way of saying thank you to the ghostwriter who I can't legally credit, but who I feel bad not crediting at all. All right, let's just go. Okay. Chapter 1. What was it Dorothy said? There's no place like home. She clicked her heels 3 times and repeated that phrase, and suddenly everything was all right again. She was home in Kansas with Auntie Em and Uncle Henry. I wish I could click my heels 3 times and be home. But there's a problem, and it isn't just that I don't have ruby slippers. It's this. I don't know where home is anymore, or what it is. Is home where your friends are? Well, then I guess my home is Stony Brook, Connecticut. This little town where I've spent most of my life of a town. If a town can be a home, this one is mine. Is home your family? That makes it tougher. First of all, my family is pretty tiny. It's also spread out. Some here, some in California, some in Iowa. Or is home the house you live in? If that's what it is, no wonder I'm confused and feeling more than a little lost, because if that's the case, Dorothy's magic can't take me anywhere. I don't mean I'm homeless. No, I'm lucky enough to be living in a perfectly nice house in a nice neighborhood. And tomorrow, I'll be moving into a new house. A house built just for my family and me. So what's my problem? Good question. My problem is that I'm not sure that the new house will feel like home. What I want right now is to feel settled, grounded, sure of who I am and where I belong. And I may be wrong about this, but I'm fairly certain that's what home is all about. Whew. Am I sounding too deep here? Maybe I should lighten up and start over again. My name is Mary Ann Spear. I'm 13 years old and in 8th grade at Stony Brook Middle School, or SMS. I have brown hair and brown eyes, and I'm on the short side. I'm shy around new people, but I like to think I'm a good friend to people I know. I've been told I'm a good listener, I'm sensitive, and I cry easily. I like kittens. I have a gray tiger striped one named Tigger. Oh, that sounds like Pennywise. Old movies, rainy days, strawberry ice cream, and hot chocolate with marshmallows on snowy winter afternoons. And I feel very mixed up and rootless. It's hard to get away from that fact. Maybe I should just explain what happened. Was my house burned down to the ground? What happened? Let me try that again. What happened was my house burned down to the ground. We lost just about everything. Who's we? Well, the people living there at the time were my dad, Richard, my stepmother, Sharon, and me. Sharon's kids from her first marriage, Dawn and Jeff, were in California at the time. They live there with their dad, though they do visit us on vacations. In fact, they're due to arrive here soon, but more about that later. I was very attached to that house, even though I didn't grow up in it. I only moved into it when Dad married Sharon, which wasn't so long ago, but had felt like home to me. It was a lovely old farmhouse filled with history and with the vibrations, please don't think I'm weird, of all the people who've lived there in the past. I don't mean ghosts, although there was one of those too. I just mean I always had a strong sense that the house had been a home to dozens of people before I arrived. I bet that's the same house that features in the earlier book, the Ghosts at Dawn's house. I bet that's the same house. I haven't read that book yet though, so feel free to correct me nicely. And as I said, it was a home to me too, partly because it was a family place. For most of my life, my family consisted of just two people, my dad and me. My mom died soon after I was born. I never knew her, and I didn't know what it was like to have a mom. My dad deserves 2 tons of credit. He did a wonderful job of raising me on his own, except for a few months right after my mom's death when he was just too full of grief to see straight, and he sent me off to live with my grandparents. My mother's parents, that is, in Iowa. I didn't even know about that until recently. For a long time, my grandmother was not part of my life, but now she is again, which is wonderful. She visited us recently and brought along all kinds of mementos of my mom to replace the things we'd lost in the fire. That meant a lot. Anyway, there we were, my dad and I, for years and years. Then I met Dawn Schaefer, who'd recently moved from California to Stony Brook with her brother Jeff and their divorced mom. Dawn and I became best friends. We soon discovered how, though. Marianne is such a lovely individual. We soon discovered that her mom and my dad, who had both grown up here in Stony Brook, had been high school sweethearts. We brought them back together, they fell in love again, and my best friend became my stepsister. Isn't it romantic? After the wedding, Dad and I moved in with Sharon and Dawn. Jeff never took to Connecticut and moved back to California to live with his dad even before the wedding. We'd just begun adjusting to our new family constellation when Dawn decided she belonged back in California too. I'm going to count that as one time that I'm annoyed with Dawn. That was hard. That was a hard idea to adjust to, but I did, though I still miss her a lot. Anyway, now it's just Dad, Sharon, and me. I love Sharon. She's great. She may be as tidy as Dad. No, she may not be as tidy as Dad and I are, or as organized, unless you consider it organized to keep your car keys in the fridge, potted geraniums, whatever spot is handy. Still, she's a wonderful stepmother, but she's not my mom. My mom died a long time ago. So, Sharon and Dad and I were burned out of the farmhouse and had to figure out what to do next. For a while, there was the possibility that we might move away. Dad had a job offer in Philadelphia, and Sharon wanted to go back to school, so it looked as if we might be leaving Stony Brook. Happily, that didn't happen. Instead, we settled for a while into a temporarily available house on the street where I'd grown up, next door to one of my oldest friends, Claudia Kishi. Yay, Claudia! Queen Claudia! We hired a contractor to create a new house for us out of the barn that had stood next to the farmhouse. It had survived the fire. Then we waited and waited. Now our new house is ready, and tomorrow is moving day. I'm packed up the few things I own, some borrowed, some salvaged from the fire, and getting ready to go home. I hope. My friends will be there to help. Claudia, Stacy McGill, and Christy Thomas. Christy's my best friend from before either of us could say much besides more milk. She and the others have been there for me through a lot. Dawn's moving away, the fire, and the breakup with Logan. I haven't mentioned him, have I? Well, Logan Bruno was my boyfriend for a long time. We were a great couple and destined to be together forever. Everybody thought so. Everybody but me. I broke up with him not long ago. Why did I break up with the sweetest guy at SMS? Well, I'm not sure if I can explain it, but I had to do with feeling the need to have my own identity, to be Marianne instead of just part of Marianne and Logan. Has that happened yet? To be honest, the answer is no. That's another reason I feel unsettled. I miss Logan. I miss how easy it was to be with him, to be part of a couple. I sound like a mess, don't I? It's not so bad, really. It's just that I feel up in the air about a lot of things. Here's another example. Those friends I mentioned, we all belong to the Babysitters Club, the BSC. Actually, we are the club, and that's a new development. There used to be more members, but the BSC has been through a lot of changes recently. Christy's still president. That will never change since she came up with the idea for the club. But our membership has shrunk to 4. And while we still take on plenty of babysitting jobs, that's the club's purpose. We aren't actively advertising for business, and we don't meet as regularly as we used to. The BSC was a huge part of my life for a long time. Its changes just added to my lost feeling. The fact is, our new house is awesome. It's huge and full of light and open spaces. The furniture in it is brand new, and I got to help pick it out. What do I have to complain about? Not a thing, really. Having a new house, a new home, is going to make me feel grounded, strong, sure of myself, right? Can we talk about the difference between Marianne and Dawn? Marianne literally has lost everything she owns in a fire that burned her childhood house down, and she's like, but what do I really have to complain about? Meanwhile, Dawn's like, I can't believe I have a stepmother who likes me. I'm taking a sip. Or will I feel like a stranger in my own house? I was wondering about that. I heard the phone ring downstairs. Marianne, Sharon called up a few seconds later. It's for you. Thanks, I called back as I stepped into the hall to pick up the extension. Hello? Hey, it's Christy. Hi, I said. What's up? It felt good to hear her voice. I'd been dwelling on my feelings for too long. Just checking in. How's packing going? I laughed. You guys really can't see much of this book. I'll try to hold it a little bit better. I laughed. It's done. There wasn't much to do. I guess not, Christy said. Sorry I wasn't there to help. Excuse me. That's okay. How did the Crushers game go? It was last June, which meant that Christy was caught up in softball. She coaches a team called Christie's Crushers, made up of little kids in the neighborhood. They have a blast. It was awesome. Jackie Radowski made the most incredible catch to end the game in extra innings. See, the score was tied 2-2. The other team was up with 2 outs. The count was 2-3 when Buddy hit one down the left field lane, and smiling, I let Christy ramble on, spouting numbers and baseball terms that meant nothing to me. Some things never change. Christy will always be Christy, full of energy, ideas, and enthusiasm, and she'll always be my friend, even though we couldn't be more different. I knew she was psyched about helping me move, and so were Claudia and Stacy. Having them there would definitely help me feel as if I were coming home, and in a few days Dawn would be there to complete the picture. Maybe I didn't need those ruby slippers after all. All right, checking in with chat. What's up? Christie's Crushers. It has a K, though. It's Christie's Crushers with a K. Used books are the best. I love used books. You know I love to rescue old books. I like buying stuff from the thrift stores. The sense of other people having it kind of thing. Also, I have no job thing. Yep. Yeah, I can relate to that. Hi, Milo. So we just finished reading chapter 1. Marianne is moving into the house, the restored barn house, after her house burned down, and Dawn is coming back to town. Gasp Kitty. Marianne's house burned down at some point. Yeah, I pieced that together, though I've never read that. Apparently there's nothing. Porsche 929 on YouTube anyway. Interesting. Okay. Whoop. That's the wrong tab. I went back to the wrong tab. There we go. Okay, I'm back. That actually is so sad that Marianne's house burns down. Not just because it's her home and stuff, but it was supposed to be like this super historical building. Yeah. And now they've managed to renovate the barn that stood next to the house. And that's what they're moving into, and it's apparently really nice, but yeah, we were just talking about, or I was just talking about how Marianne is so different from Dawn in the way that Marianne literally has lost everything she owns in a fire, and she's like, but what do I really have to complain about? I got good friends and a place to live, and it's just like, oh, can you teach Dawn to have this outlook on life, please? All right, chapter 2. Oh, this is handwritten in cursive. This is going to be hard. Saturday, June 27th. Dear Diary, moving day. Finally, I can't believe it. I woke up at 5:30 this morning and couldn't go back to sleep. So I've just been lying in bed wondering how it will feel tonight to lie down in a new bed in a new house. My house. Will it feel like home? I hope. Marianne, my dad called. I put down my pen and shut my journal. Coming, I replied. He didn't have to call me twice. Suddenly, I was starving. It was time for breakfast, time to start the big day. I pulled out a t-shirt and shorts and padded downstairs in my bare feet. Morning, honey, said Sharon. Sleep well? She gave me a quick smile as she bustled around the kitchen, packing up a few final items. I shrugged. I was up early, I said. We were too. My dad had just come into the kitchen carrying a box marked odds and ends. Odds and ends, that was about all we owned anymore. Almost everything in our house had been destroyed by the fire. We salvaged a few things, but what can you really do with one half-burned shoe or a waterlogged book? Friends and family have donated all kinds of things, clothes, kitchenware, even houseplants. You can't imagine how strange it is to realize your favorite African violet was destroyed by a fire. That's how it was, though. In the weeks after the fire, every so often I'd be walking around not thinking about much, and I'd remember yet another thing, my favorite picture of Cam Geary on the beach. That note from the tooth fairy congratulating me on my first lost tooth, my green velvet scrunchie that had disappeared without a trace. But it was time to forget about all that. It was time to move on, to face a new life with new things. Marianne, my dad asked gently, are you okay? I smiled at him. Sure, I said, I'm excited about today, aren't you? He nodded. I sure am. Why don't you grab something to eat and then we'll head over? Our plan was for the three of us to drive to the new house early in the morning to check things out. Furniture had been delivered during the last few days, and we needed to make decisions on its placement. Then we'd return to the rented house and start moving our boxes. That's where my friends were going to help out. I fixed myself a bowl of cereal. Sharon offered me a fresh peach to slice over it. She's a vegetarian and into that 5 servings a day thing about fruit and veggies. Though, one less thing to pack, she said, and she handed it over. I sat down at the table and watched as she finished packing a box labeled spices, utensils, canned goods. Blithely, she slipped in 3 shoes, a pair of sneakers plus one high-heeled pump, a set of wrenches my dad had been using to work on his bicycle, and a jar of apricot facial scrub that had somehow found its way into the kitchen. As I may have mentioned, Sharon is organizationally challenged. There were undoubtedly some. Okay, sorry guys. I literally have no idea. Nothing's touching it. It's just doing that on its own. I'm back. It's okay. Why does Sharon even bother labeling boxes? I don't know. I do that. I'm like, I'm gonna be organized, and then I'm never organized, and I'm like, but I tried. Um, let's see. Just imagine that vegan teacher reading these books and Animorphs. Oh my god. Sharon has severe ADHD or like some kind of memory disorder because she has literally baked a pink rubber eraser into a casserole before. Yeah, she probably has severe ADHD. Yeah, I relate to Shannon quite a lot, and I thought I had some kind of memory disorder, and it turns out nope, your ADHD can just be that bad. She would think Animorphs is supporting animal cruelty. She would hate Animorphs. And she would think Dawn was the only good person in these books, so can you even imagine? Let's see. Let's see, I lost my spot. There were undoubtedly some surprises in store for unpacking time. I pictured myself opening a box labeled bank statements only to find Tigger inside. I suppressed a giggle. What's so funny? Sharon asked, smiling at me. Nothing, I said. I jumped to rinse out my bowl. I'm ready. Can we go up over there now? Yep, my dad said, glancing at his watch. In fact, we should hop to it. People will be arriving here to help in just over an hour. We piled into the car, taking a couple boxes with us. I also brought my pillow, don't ask why, and headed for our new home. 177 Burnt Hill Road, I said as we pulled past the mailbox into the driveway. Same address, different house. Sharon nodded. Isn't it strange, she said, sighing. We were gazing through the car window at what used to be the working barn for an old family farm house. It still looked a little like a barn. It was a big, squared-off building with weathered siding, but now huge windows were everywhere, complete with window boxes brimming with pink and purple petunias. Sharon was responsible for that homey touch, and the house that had stood nearby for so long was gone, vanished without a trace. Well, maybe not quite without a trace. I could still see where the grass was greener, newer, in a large area near the barn, the area where our house had stood, but the landscapers had done an excellent job of cleaning up the yard and making it look as if the barn and only the barn belonged there. Well, what are we waiting for? Asked Dad. He opened the door and climbed out of the car, and I got out too. Sharon and I got out too. Which door? I asked. The house was still so new to us, we hadn't figured out which entrance would be the one we used regularly. There was a front door with a knocker and a doormat. There was a back door, too, which opened into an herb garden that landscapers had planted, but my favorite door was the one that opened wide. The old barn doors had been huge, big enough to let a horse and carriage through. Now the doors could slide open to show off our beautiful new kitchen. We'd soon be able to eat around the table with those doors wide open, looking out at the old apple tree I'd always loved. The tree I'd stood under as I watched our house burn down. Wouldn't that let a lot of bugs in? You know, like, I know this is a lot, but, like, side note, wouldn't that let a lot of bugs in to just, like, open up the side of your kitchen? I sighed. My memories of the past seemed all mixed up with my excitement about the future. I wanted to love my new house, but it wasn't easy to forget the old one. Let's use the front door, said Dad. I want to check the new key I had made. I followed Sharon and Dad up the new flagstone walkway, noticing a creeping thyme that bloomed purple between the stones. The landscapers had told me it was fine to step on it in order to enjoy the spicy smell it released. It's a tough herb, I remember hearing. It can take it. Still, it felt funny tromping on the stuff. I walked carefully, carrying my pillow clutched to my stomach. Dad's key worked, and the door swung open. Well, here we are, he said. We walked inside, looking around. None of us had been there since the carpenters had cleaned up. We'd seen the place take shape over the last few months, but it had always seemed like a construction zone, full of sawhorses and lumber and smelling of paint. Wow, said Sharon. It's beautiful, I said. It was. Sorry, I keep holding this wrong. Oh, hang on. This is frozen. Sorry, guys, the desk cam is frozen. Give me 1 second. There we go. Let's see. It's beautiful, I said. It was. The sun shone through huge windows. The smell of freshly cut wood filled in the air. The floors and woodwork gleamed, and the white paint was spotless. Look at the curtains in that breeze, Sharon said softly. The curtains we'd picked out billowed lightly away from the dining room windows, catching the sunlight. They were beautiful gossamer curtains with a special touch. The small pockets of sewn in rows, translucent pockets that could hold a leaf, a dried flower, a cluster of berries. Sharon and I had spent lots of time over the last week collecting the prettiest things we could find to fill those pockets, and now I could see just how wonderful they looked, silhouetted by the sun. It would be fun finding new things to add to the pockets each season. Ooh, that is a pretty thought. I didn't think about that. Lovely, murmured my dad. You two did a great job in here. You helped too, Sharon reminded him. You picked out the couch, remember? Did I skip something? I don't think I did. She gestured toward the living room. We could see it without moving from where we stood, since the first floor of the barn is one huge space. Dining room near the kitchen. Dining room near the kitchen. Living room at the other end. Oh, okay. The bathroom was okay. The bathroom has walls, but that's it. Amazingly, the living room felt cozy even with the open plan and the high ceilings. An off-white couch, huge and comfy, sat welcoming across from the small cobalt blue wood stove we would use for extra heat in the winter. A matching armchair big enough to seat two people sat near it at an angle, and a rag rug in deep shades of purple and scarlet made the area seem warm and inviting. I could just imagine curling up on that chair to watch an old movie. A side table stood at one end of the couch where I could keep my box of Kleenex. I always bawl when I watch old movies. Same. That's part of the fun. I'm going up to my room, I announced, carrying my pillow. I headed up the staircase, noticing again the polished maple wood of the stairs and banister. Upstairs were four bedrooms. Two of them were big, one for Sharon and my dad and one for me, and two of them were smaller for Dawn and Jeff, since neither of them would be living here full time. I like to also think because well, not Jeff, but Dawn sucks. That seemed fair. Sharon and Dad had their own bathroom adjoining their room, and there was another in the hall near the other three rooms. That would be all mine. Yahoo! Except for when Dawn and Jeff were here. I loved my room. It was spacious and full of light. Like the rest of the house, I'd chosen a blue and yellow color scheme, two of my favorite colors, for a fresh, clean look. Sharon had helped me shop for curtains, a bedspread, and a rug. My new bed was comfortable, and I had a new desk for my homework. The closet was huge, especially considering that I didn't have many clothes to fill it. I pictured myself in the room doing homework on a winter evening. My desk lamp would cast a warm glow as snowflakes danced outside. I put my pillow on my bed and arranging it just so, making sure I'm not frozen. I hoped Tigger would curl up next to it that night as he usually did, and in a flash I remembered how Tigger had woken me up that awful night of the fire. I shook my head to make the memory go away. I wanted to create new memories in this new house, not hang on to the old ones. This was an opportunity for a fresh beginning. I would have to start noticing new things. The sooner I did that, the sooner I'd feel at home here. I heard Dad and Sharon walking around downstairs. It was probably time to head home to pack up the van we'd rented. I took one last glance around the room and adjusted the pillow again and walked out, closing the door behind me. Sharon and Dad were talking about ideas for arranging the furniture slightly in order to fit in the few items we'd been bringing over. They broke off when I came down the stairs. "How does your room look, sweetie?" I asked my dad. "Great," I answered. "The whole house looks great." "It does, doesn't it?" He put one arm around me and the other around Sharon. "Welcome home," he said. Oh. All right. Let's see what's going on. She would definitely think Animorphs is supporting animal cruelty. Um, oh, sorry, Sharon. I said it wrong. I forgot. wearing my bag and went searching for the phone and pulled through one day last week. I've done that too, Audriel. This amazing fanfic about his friends Grace, friends Dawn, and several other minor SMS student characters. I think it's since been taken down, but it was legitimately like, oh, I hate when they take good fanfic down. It's always sad. Or like when they abandon a really good concept without finishing it. Original enough and used obscure enough side characters that it could literally be an original novel. That's great. I want to pitch. Um. Oh my god. Um. Wait, hang on. I'm reading like three different comments at once. My mom used to do that all the time. The doors wide open in our house for airflow, and like birds and chipmunks and stuff were literally always coming inside. Oh, that sounds adorable. Like your mom is a Disney princess, though. Um, any... Oh. Every animal that ever came into our house panicked and like tried to hide under couches and beds, and I would have to try to catch them with my baby sister's butterfly net. Adorable. I had to save a little gecko that was like it was really cool. He was like camouflaging himself. I could see like his colors changing to try to like blend into like the wall and then the floor. But Perry was just like target acquired. She was gonna kill that poor thing, and I was like, nope, 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 nope. But I had to like we had to get it outside on their own and gave them. What's going on? This is a new problem. It's an all new issue. Nope, nope, nope. Don't want that. Wait, hang on. There we go. Um, let's see. Last summer, I was genuinely concerned that a groundhog was going to break in through my bedroom window. It kept coming untapped. Oh, my mom was feeding. She leaves cat food out for the stray cats in the neighborhood, and then um, raccoons really like cat food. So little by little, we just ended up with a dozen raccoons, just like in a big horde outside in the backyard. Oh. Um, Thank you for being able to picture me as a tech genius. I'm not one, as as evidenced by the everything breaking. But I did get to play a hacker in one of my friend's short films that one time. That was fun. Okay, I'm still being heard. That's good. Yeah, no, raccoons love cat food. It's kind of insane. Let's see. Chapter. Okay, let's go back to here. Hi, everybody just joining us. We are reading Welcome Home, Marianne from Babysitter's Club, Friends Forever. This is book 11. Hi, Perry. I hear you in here somewhere. There you are. Oh, there you are, Perry. Come on. Nope. Still doing important cat things. She'll see us later. Let's see. Chapter 3 Home. I leaned my head against the car window. It was Monday morning, a couple of days later, and Sharon and I were on our way to the airport. In just under an hour, I'd be reunited with my stepsister and best friend. I was excited. Oh, God help us. I was also tired, despite my father's welcome home wishes, and despite the fact that our new house was beautiful, comfortable, and perfect in every way. I still didn't feel at home in it. For one thing, I wasn't able to sleep. I tossed and turned for most of the last few nights. What was missing? Why couldn't I just relax and accept that I was home? I would lie in bed wide awake, thoughts drifting, images of our old house would spring into my mind. I pictured the front porch where I'd spent so much time reading, in the hammock, the kitchen where Sharon had first shown me how to make a tofu burger, still not my favorite food, my cozy little bedroom. I also thought about the house where I'd grown up, the one my dad and I shared for all those years. I even thought about my grandmother's house in Iowa. I'd never had any trouble feeling at home anywhere else. Why was it so hard now? Penny for your thoughts, Sharon said, glancing my way while we waited for a light to turn green. I gave her a weak smile. They aren't worth a penny. It was silly to feel this way, and I knew it. I had no cause for complaint. I was ashamed to even tell Sharon what I was thinking. Do you think Dawn's plane will be on time? I asked, changing the subject. Sharon nodded. I called before we left the house. She told me, according to the airline, everything's on schedule. Oh, she's like, are you sure Dawn isn't gonna be running late or maybe not coming at all? Great, I said. I can't wait to see her and Jeff. I can't either. We drove in silence for a moment. Then Sharon cleared her throat. I guess this visit will be a little different for all of us with Sunny coming, she said. I felt a little twinge in my stomach. I guess. I hadn't thought much about it, maybe because I didn't want to, but the fact was, this visit would be different. Dawn and Jeff weren't the only ones arriving on that plane. Dawn's California best friend, Sunny Winslow, would be on it too. I've met Sunny and I like her. She's smart, she's fun, and she has a lot of energy, but this time I was a little nervous about being around her. Do you think she's still really sad? I asked Sharon. Sharon let out a sigh. I do, she said. It hasn't been that long since... I know, I said quickly. Sharon didn't have to spell it out, and of course, I knew Sunny would still be sad. After all, her mom had died. That's what Sharon had been about to say. I'd heard a lot about Mrs. Winslow's illness and death. Dawn had been very close. Wait, I lost my place. Dawn had been very close to Sunny's mom, and so it had affected her deeply, too. I'm taking a sip because I'm thinking of all the annoying things Dawn said to Sunny about her literally dying mother. Oh, we're talking about what can be morphed, yeah. She'd talked about it a lot during our phone calls. It sounded horrible. Mrs. Winslow had lung cancer, and she was in a lot of pain before she died. During the worst parts of her illness, Sunny and Dawn were having a friendship troubles, but they made up just before Mrs. Winslow died, and I have the feeling they're closer than ever now. They've been through a lot together. Stuff I can't even imagine. Taking another sip just 'cause. Sorry, I'm trying to keep the book in frame, but it keeps drifting. Mrs. Winslow was at home when she died. Dawn had a chance to say goodbye, which I know meant a lot to both of them, and Sunny was with her mother when she died. Okay, the truth? I was nervous about Sunny's visit for a couple of reasons. One, because her mom's death. I wasn't sure what to say to her or how to act. I lost my mom too, but since I don't even remember her, it's really not the same. Was Sunny going to cry all the time, be extra sensitive about things? Was she going to want to talk about her mom? It was a little scary. Two, I felt jealous of how close Sunny and Dawn must be after going through that experience together. I mean, I know Dawn doesn't live here anymore, and our friendship has changed because of that. We're still best friends, but in a different long distance kind of way. It was going to be hard to see her with her real everyday best friend. Where was I going to fit into the picture? This feels like when your toxic ex breaks up with you and then you're just like, "Oh, but now I'm jealous of like the new, partner." And it's like, "Don't be. You're better off." Marianne's better off without Dawn for sure. Let's see. Sharon somehow sensed what I was thinking. She reached over to pat my hand. "Everything's going to be all right," she told me gently. "I hope so," I answered. "I guess Sunny really needed to get away, didn't she?" Sharon nodded. "She has a lot to sort out. That's why her dad asked if she could come here for a month. Your dad and I thought it was a fine idea." "So do I said, trying to sound more certain than I felt. "I know it's a little daunting," said Sharon quietly. But all she really needs is for us to welcome her and let her know we're here for her. There's not much else anyone can do right now. She has a lot of healing to do." I looked at Sharon. Her hands were gripping the steering wheel tightly. I guess she must be nervous too. "What kind of things do you think Sunny will want to do?" I asked. "I mean, she's never been to the East before." "Well, let's see," Sharon answered. "She'd probably like to see the ocean, just so she can compare the Atlantic to the Pacific. And we can take her on hikes since the woods here are really different." She paused. "But I bet she'll mostly just want to do whatever you and Dawn are doing. Swim in the pool, go to movies, hang out at the mall." I visualized the three of us doing those things. "Sure," I said. "That'll be fun." Again, I was trying to sound certain. Would Sunny be bored? I had the feeling California was a lot more exciting than Connecticut. We don't have a huge waves for surfing or long boardwalks for inline skating. There aren't many movie stars here. Even our food is boring. I remember visiting Dawn in California and eating all this exotic Mexican and Asian food, or stopping at a smoothie stand in a mango papaya shake for a mango papaya shake. Here, it's pretty much pizza, burgers, fries, pizza, burgers, and fries. I sighed. Don't worry so much, Marianne." Sharon shook her head, smiling. "It's going to be fun. Wait until Dawn and Jeff see the house. Don't you think they'll love it?" We chatted. Dawn's gonna complain about something, I guarantee it. We chatted for a while about the house. Sharon had plans for expanding the herb garden, and she wanted my opinion. Before I knew it, we were pulling into a spot in the parking garage at the airport. We found our way to the right gate and waited for flight 326 to land. "There it is," I said, pointing to a plane that was taxiing toward the long, movable tunnel attached to Gate 7. "They're here." It took a long time for the plane to pull up to the gate, then it sat there for a while. Finally, passengers began to trickle through the tunnel. I'm so shocked that Dawn had to fly instead of just, hitching a ride with one of the flying monkeys. We watched from behind a glass wall. Only passengers were allowed past the doors that opened into the gate, so when I saw Dawn and called her... What year did this come out? 2000. This was still pre 9/11, but I just think about it all the time when I see like 90s TV where people can meet each other at the airport gate. So when I saw Dawn and called her name, she couldn't hear me. "Dawn!" I yelled, waving. "Jeff! Sunny!" Normally I'd be embarrassed about making such a scene, but I was so excited about seeing Dawn that I just didn't care. Suddenly, all my doubts and fears disappeared. Dawn looked like the same old Dawn with her long, pale blonde hair and blue eyes. It was going to be great to have her here for a whole month. Finally, she looked right at me. She gave me a huge smile and waved back. Then she touched Jeff on the shoulder and pointed to where we were standing. Sunny had already spotted us. She was smiling too, but only with her mouth, if you know what I mean. She was not smizing. Her eyes looked sad. Sunny's pretty with strawberry blonde hair and freckles. She looked the same but different, if that makes sense. Okay, her having strawberry blonde hair is such a new development. they've 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 described her as blonde this entire time. Strawberry blonde is basically redheaded. This is new information. When they came through the doors, Sharon and I were standing right there. Dawn and I flew into each other's arms. Well, Jeff let Sharon hug him. He's 10 and not big on sentimental stuff. Then I turned to Sunny. What year does this take place in? Like, how far after? Because, like, wasn't Jeff like 7 years old? Maybe I'm just misremembering. Then I turned to Sunny. Welcome to Connecticut, I said. I gave her a hug too. She hugged me back. Thanks, Marianne, she said. It's good to be here. And we're very happy to see you. We're very happy to have you, Sharon said. Now it was her turn to hug Dawn and Sunny. I saw her give Sunny a long look as she held her by the shoulders, a look that said, I'm so sorry. Sunny looked back at Sharon. How did she manage not to cry? But Sunny's gaze was steady. I'm totally psyched to be here, she said as we headed for the baggage claim. I want to see everything and do everything. I've never been anywhere before. See what I meant about Sunny's energy? She's always up for anything. Why would you need to go anywhere? Asked Jeff. California's the best. He glanced at Sharon. Sorry, Mom. That's okay, Sharon answered, shaking her head. I know I raised a California boy, but you have to admit there are things you like about Connecticut, Jeff. Sure, he answered, especially in summer with my friends are on vacation and we can fool around all day. He turned to me. How are Nikki and the triplets? They're fine, I said. Jeff is good friends with the four Pike boys, brothers of an honorary BSc member. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Nope, it's not you. It's my system. It keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. I have no idea. I haven't had trouble with this port before tonight, so I genuinely am just so unsure of what's happening. Yep, frozen time number 3. Hi, Tarfield Owl. Jeff is 10 or 11. Maybe smack on it. Like an old TV. Name the two best friends, Sunny and Dawn. Yeah, they mention it in one book because it's like Anne felt the need to like do lampshade comedy where she was just like, yeah, that's weird, right? That their names are both names that have to do with morning sunrise, right, guys? Dawn's a narcissist. Word. Narcissistic word that will get me banned from social media. Forking birch. Or anything. Like basically any animal. Alright, sorry. Let's keep going. We're almost at the end of this chapter. And good friend named Mallory Okay, so he's friends with Mallory's brothers, or siblings, I guess. They can't wait to see you. We're going to build a rocket this summer, he announced, and figure out a way to launch it. We've been working on the plans by email. Great, said Sharon. Just be careful, Jeff said in a sing-song voice. I know, I know. That's what Carol says, too. I glanced at Sharon. Carol is Dawn and Jeff's stepmother. She and their dad just had a new baby daughter, Grace. Okay, so this takes place just after Sonny's book. Got it. Um, I wonder if there was supposed to be talk of her going, because there wasn't talk of like her being invited or even having gone in the other books. I wonder if that was supposed to be more tied in. Anyway, um, I know, great baby daughter Grace. I know Dawn wasn't crazy about Carol at first, but I think they've become a lot closer. Carol is close to Sunny too. She was really there for Sunny during the time that Winslow was dying, according to Dawn. Sharon didn't seem to mind. Well, Carol's absolutely right, she told Jeff. Now let's find your bags. We watched as suitcases began to tumble down a chute and ride down a conveyor belt. There's mine, said Sunny, reaching for an oversized black duffel. And mine, Dawn said, grabbing the backpack next to it. Jeff's suitcase, an old brown one of his dad's that Jeff won't part with, tumbled down next. All set then, Sharon said, leading us toward the door. Ready to go home? Dawn and I exchanged a glance. I wondered if she felt the same way I did about home. After all, she'd spent at least as much time in the house that had burned down as I had. It might be just as hard for her to get used to that idea of living in the barn. Ready as I'll ever be, said Dawn, shouldering her pack. Let's go. This book seems to be a continuity error. It's just an addition. Like, it doesn't really conflict. The fact that they ended up taking Sunny isn't really a confliction. But it is just something that I would have expected them to set up, because if nothing else, you would want to advertise this book to the California Diary fans, right? Because they're the ones most likely to want to read it. That's why I wanted to read it. Retcon. But, anyway, minor differences so far. I'm more annoyed with Dawn than I am with the actual continuity issues. Hi, Bowser Jr. Well, this series also acts as a finale for Babysitter's Club. That's fair. Chapter 4. Wow. That's all she said. Dawn stood by the car, her backpack near her feet where she'd dropped it. She was staring at the barn. We'd pulled up just moments ago, and Dawn and Jeff had climbed eagerly out of the car. Now both of them seemed frozen where they stood. Sunny didn't seem to notice. She bounded up the walk, dragging her duffel bag behind her. Cool house, I heard her say to Sharon. I love all the windows. They must let in a lot of sun. Dawn, I asked, what do you think? I don't know what to think. I'm still not used to the idea that we're living in a barn. What are you drinking for the I Hate Dawn drinking game? Because for me, it's peach tea. If I run out of the peach tea, I just have a big thing of water and electrolytes down there. Kind of like the final season, so to speak. That makes sense. Ew, I have to live in a barn. I'm so conceited. Let's see. It is a little strange, I admitted. I mean, I think all of the things we used to do in the barn, hold BSC parties, run our summer day camp, swing from the hayloft, not to mention ghost busting in the secret passage Dawn put in. How could I forget? We smiled at each other. Dawn had always been thrilled about having a ghost of our own. I, on the other hand, was a little less delighted. Still, I had to admit, it had been cool to know that the secret passage between the house and the barn had once been used to hide slaves escaping via the Underground Railroad. Interesting thing to throw in there, but yeah, I mean, that's historically very accurate to buildings of that time. Um, Remember when Dawn began, Nikki was hiding in the passage and we thought he was a ghost? I finished her thought. That was Nicky Pike, Jeff's friend. He'd gone through a phase of needing a place to hide out, and he'd chosen the secret passage. The noise he made scared us half to death before we figured out the truth. She grinned. How did you know that's what I was going to say? I shrugged. I just knew. Dawn and I shared some pretty important history, and I could tell it was hard for her to see that huge piece of that history, our house, had vanished. In its place, another piece of history, the barn, had changed completely. I put a hand on her shoulder. The new place is great, I said quietly. I think you'll like it once you get used to it. I won't, Jeff spoke up. I hate it. I hate that our stupid house had to burn down in a stupid fire. He was kicking in the grass as he spoke. We were standing in the area where the grass was new, where the old house had stood. Jeff, said Dawn, come on, give it a chance. Jeff glowered at her, then turned to me. I love that she's like, Jeff, how dare you have a bad attitude? That's what I do only. I am Dawn. And also, shout out to Patrick, by the way, for those who don't know, Patrick sent this book. I think I forgot to mention that to anybody who doesn't know. So thank you, Patrick. You're visiting a barn. You don't live here, right? This isn't your house, Dawn. Nicky Pike is kind of a little weirdo to TBH. He's been mentioned in a couple of the Babysitters Club books we've read on stream. But we've only read a couple of the original ones. I have so many more that I need to read. We'll get back to that now that we're done with California Diaries. I didn't want to like double up on too much of the one series. Jeff glowered at her, then turned to me, putting his hands on his hips. What about the horse stalls? I bet they're gone. And the old feeding trough and all that stuff was so cool. I agreed with him. I know, I said. That's where we saved a lot of it. That's why we saved a lot of it. The trough is out back, filled with flowers. It looks really nice. And we saved the brass nameplates from the horse stalls. Sharon thought you might want to put one up on the door of your room. I saw that Jeff was interested in the idea, but he didn't crack a smile. Did you save the one that said Captain? He asked. Yup. Well, I might want it, he said carelessly. But I won't make me feel any better about living in a stupid barn. I bet the whole place smells like hay and old spiderwebs. Do old spiderwebs have a smell? I wasn't about to argue at that point with Jeff. I knew what he meant. Actually, it smells like fresh paint, and he interrupted. What color did they paint my room? We left that for you to decide, I answered, trying to ignore his challenging tone. It's white right now, but you can choose any color you want. What if I want it to be, Jeff paused, thinking, black or orange or something? It's your choice. Orange is not my bedroom all growing up was orange. And my grandmother's old house where she used to live had orange bathrooms. So it's not that weird of a color. It's your choice, I told him. You're the one who will have to live with it. Sharon and I had discussed this very issue, knowing that a 10-year-old boy might pick the most disgusting color he could think of. We decided to let him do whatever he wanted. Paint it orange and black if you want. Celebrate Halloween all year round. That actually sounds dope. Although, personally, I would paint it orange and purple for that Halloween-y feel. Here I am giving my interior decorating tips, but, you know. Jeff still wouldn't smile. I gave up. let's go in, I said. I can't wait to show you guys around. Sunny had already disappeared inside with Sharon. I led Jeff and Dawn toward the big sliding doors that opened into the kitchen, thinking it would be... Uh, 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 it would make an impression on them. Cool, huh? I asked as I showed the doors, as I shoved the doors along the tracks to expose the kitchen with its fancy new appliances and butcher block counters. Dawn nodded, raising her eyebrows. Not bad, she said. Dumb, Jeff mumbled. Whoever heard of a kitchen with one whole wall missing? I let out a sigh. Just then, Sharon, my dad, and Sonny came into the kitchen. This place is awesome, Sonny pronounced. Dawn, wait until you see your room. It's adorable. Sharon smiled at Sonny. I did too. It was hard not to when she was so enthusiastic. I could even feel Dawn softening. Is that a new blender? She asked, looking at the one in the corner. It looks like it'll be good for making smoothies. It is, Sharon answered, and I've stocked up on fruit and yogurt and soy milk. We can whip up a batch whenever you want. Yahoo! Sonny cried. I adore smoothies. I only like mango ones, Jeff said, and they don't have fresh mangoes in Connecticut. I saw Sharon and my dad exchange a glance. Hey, pal, my dad said. Want to see your room? I guess, Jeff answered grudgingly. He followed my dad out of the kitchen, dragging his feet as if he needed to be towed along. Sharon looked at me, eyebrows raised. He'll come around, I said. He's just... Looks like they stamped this library book. They stamped it on... They stamped the library book with, like, the ink, like, right over what you're supposed to be reading. Oh, no. Who would do such a thing? Anyway, let's see. I'll figure it out when I get that far on the page. Surprised, Dawn finished. So am I. I mean, I knew the plan. I knew you guys were going to renovate the barn, but even though we talked about it, I was never able to picture it. It's just so different. I love it, Sonny announced, but I guess that's easy for me to say. I never even saw the house. The house was great, Dawn said. The void. I'm going to scream into the void. I'm going to scream into the void. Ah, shit. Ah. Give me back my desk cam. Oop. Hi, Anton. Maybe it's Anna Martin. Maybe it's Dawn. Let's just blame Dawn. Glow in the dark stars on the walls. That would actually be really, really cool. What about black and yellow? Black and yellow, black and yellow. Just trying to save us from Dawn. I think she is. Yeah. Dawn doesn't really do gratitude. Where's Millie Bobby Brown with a skate when you need her? Jesus. The monster of her own creation. Yeah, we've talked before about how, like, we all are just at the point where we're like, there's no way Anne likes Dawn. Also, Sunny is just so dear, and I love getting to see her in this extra story. Alright. Deep breath. It was, Sharon agreed, but this place is okay too. Want to see your room? Sure, Dawn said. Lead the way. She picked up her pack and followed Sharon, who gave a brief tour as we walked through the first floor. Dining room, she said, waving toward one end of the house. Living room, added, waving the other way. Sunny laughed. It's gorgeous. Can I stay forever? I don't think you're... Oh boy. Your... Your dad and... Let me try that again. It's really hard. There's blue stamp over it. I don't think your dad would like that, Sharon said, catching herself before she said parents. I looked at Sunny to see if she noticed. She had. I could see it in her face. Suddenly, the fact of Mrs. Winslow's death was right there among us. I saw Dawn reach out and take Sunny's hand, just for one short moment. Their eyes met. Sunny gave Dawn a tiny half smile. This all happened as we were climbing the stairs, and it filled the space of about 3 seconds total, but it had a big impact on me. I could see that, just as I'd imagined, Sunny and Dawn were closer than ever. I couldn't help being glad for Sunny that she had Dawn for a friend. My condolences to Sunny, honestly. Um, She needed friends, and Dawn is a good one to have. I also couldn't help the tiny, jealous twinge I felt deep in my stomach, but I tried to forget as Sharon and I led Dawn to her room. Sharon opened the door, but before she could say anything, Sunny ran into the room, pulling Dawn along with her. Sunny's enthusiasm was back full force. Check it out, she cried. Look at that diamond-shaped window. Is that not the coolest thing you ever seen? She bounced around the room, showing Dawn all its special features. Look at that built-in bookcase, she said. Isn't it perfect? I can just picture some of your dolphins there. I had thought the same thing. I had even pictured some of the dolphins arrayed on top of the bookcase, but it was too late for me to say so. Sunny had beaten me to it. Dawn stood in the middle of the room, turning slowly. It's nice, she said. She stopped turning and looked directly at Sharon. It really is, she added. Thanks. It's not totally finished, Sharon rushed to say. The curtains are just temporary until you find some you truly love, and I want you to pick out a bedspread, too, and a rug, just like Marianne did. Ooh, ooh. Sunny jumped around like a kid waiting to be called on by her teacher. I'll help, I'll help. I love picking out stuff like that. We can all go, Dawn agreed, looking at me. I'd love to have help. Great, I said. Maybe we can go to the mall soon. I turned to check with Sharon. Sure, absolutely. Sharon promised she gave Dawn a quick hug. Why don't you unpack a little? I'm going to check on Jeff. Sunny had already thrown her duffel bag on one of the twin beds. I choose this one, she told Dawn after Sharon had left. That okay? Definitely. Dawn tossed her pack on the other bed. Then she unzipped it and started to pull out the clothes and books. Sunny began to unpack her duffel too. I felt a little awkward. I guess I'll go. You guys have stuff to do. I watched for a second longer as Sunny pulled out a stack of old, worn-looking notebooks. She held them up for Dawn to see, raising her eyebrows. She cocked her head toward the bookshelf. Okay, she asked. Dawn nodded. Sure, she answered. Of course. Suddenly, I realized what the books were. They were Mrs. Winslow's diaries. I remembered Dawn telling me that Mrs. Winslow had given them to Sunny just before she died. They went all the way back to her school days. Sunny must really treasure them, I thought. Once again, I felt that twinge. Sunny and Dawn. Oh, she checked a bag with those in them? What if they had gotten lost? Hey, Chris. I'm sorry, what meme? Am I old? Do I just not know memes? Good night. Good night, Adriel. Um... Once again, I felt the twinge. I felt that twinge. Sunny and Dawn were communicating in shorthand. They didn't have to speak in full sentences. That's what being best friends is about. But sure, you guys are doing that too. Dawn infiltrates everybody's mind and poisons them. I ease myself out of the room. Well, see you, I said. I heard them start to talk again as soon as I had left. Were they talking about me, I wondered, or were they talking about something else entirely, having forgotten all about me the second I wasn't there? You know what's funny? I honestly didn't know which would be worse. To pretend she's homophobic for some reason and humorous because she's just like some random little girl who didn't do anything. Yeah, like Millie Bobby Brown is like just a kid. I don't know why everybody's just like acting like Millie Bobby Brown is is like this horrible person. I don't get that. I don't get the I don't get the let's hate a celebrity just cuz thing. It's okay. We understand. Stormy is a cat and I have 4 of those and I fully understand how cats are. There are people in this world. I've seen that. Any Willem Dafoe meme is a solid meme. The man just oozes meme potential. It's going to be a scorcher, kiddies, so be cool and stay tuned for the hottest spot in Stony Brook, WSTO 1313 on their dial. I snapped off the radio. I can't stand the morning DJ on WSTO. He's so loud and obnoxious. He doesn't play good music. He does play good music, though, which is why I keep the radio tuned to that station. Anyway, the only real alternative is Easy Light, the station my dad listens to. It plays all these dopey songs from when he was a teenager. Sometimes I'll catch him singing along with this goofy smile on his face. I love my dad, but I have to say it can be downright embarrassing to see him mouthing words to some groovy tune. Anyway, even though I can't stand Morning Mac, the DJ I'd just silenced, I had to admit he was probably right about the day's weather. I hadn't moved a muscle yet, unless you could count flinging my arm toward the radio, and I was already hot. My new bedroom had felt pretty cool so far, but this morning it felt stuffy. I sat up in bed and looked out the window. The sky outside was that milky white color that means it's going to be humid. Ugh, I said. I flopped back out onto my pillow. I can't stand that triple H weather. Hot, humid, and hazy. Yep. Welcome to the South. You'd hate it here, Marianne. I heard giggling from down the hall. Dawn and Sunny must be awake too. I wondered what was so funny. Should I find out, or would the giggling stop when I walked into the room? I rolled onto my back and put my pillow over my head. Cut it out, I told myself. Sunny and Dawn were friends, and that was good. I didn't want to dwell on feeling left out. In fact, I jumped out of bed and pulled on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Then I headed for Dawn and Sunny's room and knocked lightly on the door. It's me, I called. Come on in, said Dawn. Good morning. Sunny rubbed her eyes and yawned as I walked into the room. So much for feeling left out. I plopped down on Dawn's bed. I heard you guys laughing. I said, what's so funny? Oh, I just had this silly dream, said Sunny. I was telling Dawn about it. She glanced at Dawn and the two of them cracked up again. When she caught her breath, Sunny went on. It was about this old teddy bear I once had. His name was Oogie. In my dream, I married him. I was wearing a white dress and everything. Dawn was one of my bridesmaids. I giggled. I said, stroking my chin. Very interesting. And what do you think this means, Ms. Winslow? Sunny grinned. I don't know, Doctor. She said, do you think I have a strange fixation on stuffed animals? We'll have to explore this further. Can you come 3 times a week from now on? And can you bring Mr. Oogie with you? Sunny threw the pillow at me and we all cracked up. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Girls, it was Sharon. Come on in, Mom, Dawn said. We're up. I could hear that a mile away, Sharon smiled around at us from the doorway. So I had an idea. How would you like to spend today at the pool? I could drop you off and Richard could pick you up at the end of the day. It's going to be hot, hot, hot. Sounds excellent, cried Sunny. How soon do you have to be ready to go? How soon do we have to be ready to go? Sharon checked her watch. How does half an hour from now sound? No problem. Sunny bounced out of bed. Sharon laughed. Well, no problem for one of you, she said. How about you two? Can you be ready? Sure, said Dawn. I'll just whip up some smoothies for our breakfast. She'd apparently forgotten that I wasn't as crazy about smoothies as she was. No, she just doesn't think about herself ever. It's not you, Marianne. Hmm. I mean, she doesn't think about anybody but herself ever. That's what I meant. I'll have toast, I said, but I guess I can be ready too. Great, said Sharon. I'll be downstairs then. She closed the door. Cool, said Sunny. The pool will be the place to be today, won't it? I shrugged. Probably, I said. I like the pool, but I don't necessarily love spending a whole day there. Still, it would be fun to go to the pool with Dawn and Sunny. You don't sound psyched, Sunny observed. She looked at me closely. Are you worried that Logan will be there? Whoa, I hadn't even thought of that, but as soon as she mentioned it, I was a little worried. I hadn't spent much time at the pool since Logan and I had broken up. What if he was there with some other girl? Sunny was right. That could be awful. I hadn't thought about it, I said. It'll be fine, said Dawn. I doubt he'll be there. She jumped out of bed and started rummaging through her bureau drawers. Now, where did I put my suit? She muttered. I better find mine, too, I said, getting up to head out to the door. We're going to have a blast, I heard Sunny say as I walked down the hall. Are there usually cute guys at the pool? Maybe we can find one for Marianne. Yikes, that was all I needed. Sunny as matchmaker. Then I thought of something and stopped short right there outside the room. How did Sunny know that Logan and I had broken up anyway? Dawn must have told her, but how much had Dawn told her? Probably too much, because Dawn's a gossipy nut. What the hell? Why did it freeze in the most awkward place? I'm gonna go to full cam. One, because it's one less thing to have to worry about. Right on time. If I was Marianne, I would honestly feel kind of weird that Sunny knows about my boyfriend dumping me. Like, why is Dawn spreading her business? Yeah, it's not I wouldn't blame Sunny necessarily, but yeah, I don't. Um, Not that you're saying that, but just it's just one of those awkward things where it's like, thanks, Dawn. Spencer's gonna be like, well, I don't know. If you keep fixing it, then it's fine. Oh, belated good night to Anton. Dawn would be Bridezilla, Bridemaidzilla, Maid of Honorzilla, and Guestzilla. Oh, yeah. Type that up just before you read that part where she thinks that. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Um, where was I? Did Sunny know every detail of my personal life? I certainly didn't like that idea. Sure, I knew a little about what she'd gone through with her mother's illness, but I didn't want her knowing all kinds of private things about me. I found my suit and threw it into a bag along with a towel, a hat, some high SPF sunscreen I burn easily and never tan, a couple of magazines, and my water bottle. Ready or not, I was headed for the pool. Sunny and Dawn were draining their smoothies when I walked into the kitchen. Excellent, Sunny said, finishing the last sip. Super energy for a super day. Did I think Sunny needed extra energy? No, don't ask. But I had to smile at her. It was wonderful to see her acting so upbeat after everything she'd been through. Maybe this trip really would be good for her. 15 minutes later, Sharon dropped us off at the pool. Jeff had come with us, but he immediately ran off to find the Pike boys, and we barely saw him for the rest of the day. Excuse me. I think he spent most of his time in the ping pong room. Sunny took charge at the pool. This looks like a good place, she said, staking out a spot for us by throwing down her towel. Not too far from the refreshment stand, yet close to the lifeguard chair. That's where a lot of action goes on. At least that's true at the beach. She gazed around. Not many boys here yet, she said, but it's early. I bet they'll show up when it gets hotter. She eyed me. That suit looks great on you. Can you take that hat off, though? Your hair's so pretty. I wasn't about to risk a sunburn by taking off the hat to impress boys. Haven't you ever heard of skin cancer? I said without thinking. Oh no, oh no. She stared at me. I've heard of every kind of cancer, she replied quietly. I've heard enough about cancer to last me a lifetime. I felt about 1 inch tall. Oh, Sonny, I said, I'm so sorry, I really am. How could I say something like that? I wanted to crawl under my towel. It's not like me to blurt out the wrong thing. That's Christy's way, not mine. I'm really, really sorry, I said again. No biggie, said Sonny, waving a hand. I've heard it all before. But it must make you feel horrible when people mention cancer. Oh no, I covered my mouth. Marianne, said Sonny impatiently, don't worry about it. Really, it's no big deal. I'm not likely to forget that my mom died of cancer, so it's not as if you're reminding me of something I don't already know. Dawn met my eyes and gave me a nod as if to say, Sonny's right, don't worry. I didn't want to keep apologizing, so I gave it up, but I still felt terrible. I guess that's why I went along with Sunny when she started flirting with Cole West on my behalf. Normally, I don't flirt with guys at the pool or anywhere else. I'm just not the flirting type, but Sunny sure is, and she spotted Cole the second he walked out of the changing rooms. Ooh, he's cute, she said, following him with her eyes. What do you think, Marianne? I think he's a little old for you, I said. He's in ninth grade. I knew who he was because he's the high school junior varsity basketball team. Logan and I used to go to their games. Incidentally, I do think he's cute. Everybody does. He's tall with black curly hair and dark brown eyes. And then Dawn and Sunny both are like, well, you see, here's the thing about us and boys that are too old for us. Marianne, drop it. You're making it worse. Warning, you know, in Aladdin where the genie's like, warning, warning, pull up, pull up. My dad and I say that all the time when somebody's saying something like awkward. It's like, nope, don't say that. He's only 1 year older. Sonny goes out with boys 3 years older. Yup. It's Marianne, I would honestly. Oh, yeah, no, very unsisterly of Dawn. But what have we come to expect at this point? Sunny laughed. First of all, a ninth grader would be young for me, if anything, she said. I happen to like older guys. And second of all, I asked you what you think. You need a new boyfriend, and I think this dude looks like a good prospect. By then she'd caught his eye. I saw her smile at him. He smiled back. Then he sauntered over to our towels. Whoa, I heard Dawn say under her breath. Sunny's good, isn't she? I could hardly answer. She was so good it was scaring me. I could have spent every day for a month at the pool without a guy approaching me, but all Sunny had to do was smile and make eye contact. It was as if some force field were around her that drew guys in. That would be the opposite of a force field, I think, but I know what you mean. Oh, hey, there's an advertisement for the Amazing Days of Abby Hayes in the back of this book. Hey, said Cole, sitting down next to Sunny. Hey, Sunny replied, what's up? Funny, you should mention that. Sorry. Let me try that again. Hey, said Cole, sitting down next to Sunny. Hey, Sunny replied, what's up? The sun, Cole grinned. Funny, you should mention that. That's my name, Sunny. I'm Cole. And this is Dawn. And this, Sunny said, pausing significantly, is Marianne. She gestured toward me as if I were some precious jewel she was showing off. I know you, Cole gave me a closer look. Don't you go out with that guy Logan Bruno? He's a pretty good ball player. I used to, I said. Cole nodded. Cool. Sonny gave me a look. Cole hung around for a while, and by the time he left, he'd asked if the three of us wanted to go to a movie that weekend with him and two of his friends. I would have hesitated, but Sonny, she said yes before I could say a word, and I didn't want to put a damper on her enthusiasm. After all, she was here to heal and move on. If that meant I had to go to the movies with a bunch of boys I hardly knew, who was I to say no? I wanted Sunny to be happy. All right, end of chapter. How much am I reading tonight? I think we can get through this book tonight. It's not very long. I love double names, but only on girls. Marianne gives me the same vibe as Carly Beth. Very much of the same energy. They're kind of similar characters too, in the way that they're both very very sensitive, like, and not saying that in a bad way, but just kind of sensitive and meek. That's kind of the personality type. A force vacuum? Question mark. Like, go talk to Violet Parr about what force fields do. Dawn's literally such a bad sister. Like in all the books that focus on their relationship as stepsisters, Dawn comes off like a bitch. Dawn just comes off like a bitch kind of every time Dawn does anything. Yeah, she sounds kind of shy and dorky, not in a mean way. Relatable for sure. Oh yeah, when I was her age, I was definitely like a Mallory Marianne type. Nowadays, I think I'm a little bit more like Claudia, or I hope. We can only all hope to be Claudia. A total Mallory LMAO. I just have the worst luck. Oh, I'm sorry. Not about being Mallory. I think Mallory's great, but just about having the bad luck. Chapter 6. At least on Tuesday, I wanted Sunny to be happy, but by Friday, I was beginning to wonder. A happy Sunny was, well, exhausting. Sunny seemed, she's an extrovert. You're an introvert. I know that feeling. Sunny seemed to have endless energy. She woke up early and bounced out of bed with a smile, and she kept going full steam ahead until we all collapsed into bed at night. Sunny seemed to need to be in constant motion. She never sat still. She talked and laughed and kept on, and me and Sharon and Richard and Jeff and everyone else who happened by entertained. Yeah, I think that's a definitely a stage of grief. That's like the denial stage of like, get up, do fun things, distract yourself, because then you don't have to think about the bad things. For those just coming in, we are reading Babysitters Club Friends Forever. Welcome home, Marianne. This takes place, I guess, in the middle of that last round of California Diaries books, because Sunny has come. Apparently, Sunny ended up going back with Dawn to Connecticut for a month in the summer. And Marianne's family is moving back into the renovated barn after their farmhouse burned down. It's all very intense. On Wednesday, Sunny made a humongous breakfast for our family, filling the kitchen with activity, piles of dirty dishes and splotches of flour. Then she cleaned up just as fast and began to clean the house as well. I love to vacuum, she insisted, grabbing the machine from Sharon and dashing around the downstairs with it. She plumped up the couch pillows, straightened the dining room and chairs, even scrubbed the bathroom sink. She's making us look bad, Dawn muttered to me at one point. I think she's done more chores this morning than I've done in the last year. Yeah, you would, Dawn. Can't you make her stop? I asked. Dawn shook her head. Once Sunny gets in this kind of mood, there's no stopping her. So what do we do? Dawn shrugged. What's the old saying? If you can't beat 'em, join 'em? I guess we might as well follow her example. After she'd cleaned the house from top to the bottom, I'm exaggerating, but only barely, Sunny talked us into riding our bikes to the pool. That's a long ride. That's a longer ride than I'm used to, and Dawn hadn't been riding much at all and felt out of shape, but Sunny insisted. She borrowed Jeff's bike, which was too small for her, and pedaled faster than either of us. We could barely keep her in sight. Instead of spending her energy flirting with boys, Sunny decided we needed to practice diving. The Stony Brook Pool Complex has 3 pools. The Olympic-sized one we'd been sitting near the day before, a little wading pool for young kids, and a diving pool with 3 boards. One of the boards is low, one is mid-height, and one is scary high. Guess which one Sunny spent her time on. She climbed up the ladder over and over. Check this out, she yelled from the high board. Then she'd attempt a jackknife or a backflip, or some of them were pretty good. Sunny had some experience and some lessons, I guess. I was impressed, but I wasn't tempted to join her. Dawn tried the high board a couple of times, then moved on to the medium one. I stuck with the low board. Come on, chickens, Sunny taunted us. Those boards are for babies. Goo goo, said Dawn, sticking a thumb in her mouth. That's what I am. Why are we always sticking what between Model Land and then the one Sunny boyfriend and then this? I don't stop making people stick their thumbs in their mouth. I don't like it. Me too, I said. Dawn seemed to understand how to handle Sunny's energy. You couldn't fight it, you just had to work around it. I don't want to make it sound awful. In fact, watching Sunny zoom around was fun at times, and she certainly made things interesting, but keeping up with her wasn't easy. On Thursday, after another huge breakfast, Sunny asked Sharon if we could do some gardening for her. Naturally, Sharon was thrilled. Of course, she said. Come on outside and I'll show you what needs to be done. While Sharon and Sunny toured the garden, Dawn... Did I hear something disconnect? No, I think we're okay. For now. While Sharon and Sunny toured the garden, Dawn and I finished cleaning up the kitchen. At first, we didn't say much. We just concentrated on cleaning away dishes, putting pots in the sink, and wiping counters. Finally, I spoke up. Sunny sure is, I couldn't figure out how to say it, energetic, peppy, full of beans, Dawn grinned at me. I know, I'm kind of used to it, but I can tell she's tiring you out. It's fine, I said, waving a hand, but isn't it just a little weird? I mean, because of her mom and all? I saw a shadow pass over Dawn's face. Sometimes I forgot how close she'd been to Mrs. Winslow. I'm sorry, No, it's okay. I know what you mean. I think it's just Sunny's way of coping. Dawn frowned down at the dish towel in hand. Does she ever talk about her mom? Like, at night when you guys are getting ready to sleep? Dawn shook her head. Not really. We talk a lot, but mostly about Ducky and Maggie and our other friends back home. Way to leave out Amalia, Dawn. Or about the boys at the pool, stuff like that. She never brings up her mom, so neither do I. Went and listed every one of their friends except for Amalia. I nodded. I understand. Sunny didn't exactly leave a lot of room for serious topics. I don't know if she's avoiding the subject, Dawn went on. Now she was folding and refolding the dish towel. Or if she's just trying to rebuild her life, move on. Well, whichever it is, I guess we just have to support her. Sure, said Dawn, brightening a bit, as long as she doesn't force us off the high dive. I laughed. Nobody can do that. But I'm willing to put up with just about anything else. Me too, Dawn smiled. Anyway, she's kind of fun when she's like this. Hanging out with Sunny can be like taking a ride on a roller coaster. Just then, Sunny burst into the room. You guys, haven't you changed yet? We have a ton to do. Dawn and I looked at each other and smiled. Here's the plan, Sunny said, grabbing our hands to pull us upstairs. First, we do some weeding. Then I'll mow the lawn while you guys clip around the edges. Then we report some of the Then we repot some of the geraniums Sharon kept from last summer and plant the seedlings she bought from the last nursery. Sounds like a big day, said Dawn. Big day? That's only the morning, Sunny laughed. Wait until you hear about what we're doing this afternoon. She headed into Dawn's room to change. Dawn hung back. What do you think? She whispered to me. Are we going to dig our own swimming pool? We giggled, but by the end of the day, we weren't laughing. We were too tired to even crack a smile. Sonny had kept us on the run, with hardly a break for lunch or a rest in the shade. As exhausted as I was, I had to admit the yard looked great when we were done, and Sharon couldn't have been happier. How about I take you to the mall tomorrow as a reward? She asked. I think I can even afford to give you each a little spending money. Great, Sonny accepted for all three of us. Can we pick out the new curtains and stuff for Dawn's room? Of course. Then I'm going to spend the evening with those color swatches, Sonny said. I love putting together color combinations. She looked at me. Your room could use a little more personality too, she added. Want to look at the books with me? I shook my head. I'm too tired. A bath and bed are all I want right now. I was hurt by the comment about my room, but I tried to hide it. I didn't want to make her feel bad. Sonny shrugged. No prob. I'll come up with some ideas. You can see what you think. Sonny must have stayed up until at least midnight looking over the color swatches, but guess who was raring to go first thing in the morning? Time to get mauled, she sang, banging on my door at 8 o'clock. Sonny, I groaned, the stores don't even open until 10, and we want to be there on the dot, she answered without a pause. If there are any sales, we don't want to miss out on the good stuff, do we? I groaned again. This time I under my breath. Support her, I whispered to myself. Okay, I called back, trying to sound enthusiastic. I'll be up in a minute. I'll have breakfast ready by the time you're dressed, she answered. Be there or be square. Being square didn't sound so bad if it meant a few extra minutes in bed, but I knew I didn't really have a choice. I heaved myself out of bed and prepared for another sunny day. Over breakfast, Sunny showed us some of her decorating ideas, illustrating them with the swatches. I had to admit that she had a good sense of color and style. Her mom had been an artist, and it must have rubbed off on Sunny. She'd come up with a Mediterranean palette for Dawn, yellows and purples and reds blending to create a colorful but coordinated look. She'd thought of some ideas for my room, too. I didn't mean to offend you when I said your room needed personality, she said, giving me a sheepish smile. But just look at how a little bit of this green would complete your color scheme. I had to give Sunny credit for two things. One, for noticing that I'd been hurt by her comment, and two, for being right about the green. Suddenly, I was eager to head to the mall. If Sunny could help me find a pillow or two to complete my room, we'd both be happy. So how did our shopping trip go? Well, to make a long story short, I did find my pillows, but it took all day, and I didn't exactly have a lot of energy left over from my Friday night sitting job at the Pikes. Let's just say that Sunny at the Mall is not a show I need to repeat anytime soon. Not that it wasn't fun. It was just a little too much fun for one day. Sunny insisted on stopping into just about every store at the mall since she wanted to have the total experience. We looked through the magazines at Book Center, tried the platform sandals at Antoinette's Shoe Tree, petted all the puppies at Critters, and listened to dozens of music samples on the headphones at Power Records. We even tried on veils at Rita's Bridal Shop. By 5 o'clock, my feet hurt, my eyes hurt, and my stomach hurt. Could I have been the last round of nachos and Tortilla Queen? But I had my pillows, and Dawn had her curtains and bedspread, and best of all, Sunny was happy. You missed my old videos. What old videos? I still do the regular videos like the ones I've been doing. Welcome, a nerd with internet access. And Ultima Tricks. Um, but no, just because I do stream content doesn't mean that I don't still do the regular videos. I do at least one a week. Um, Currently, I'm fighting with YouTube because the Phantom of the Opera video that I posted got manually blocked. So now I'm dealing with them and trying to get it back online. Currently, it has been processing for 4.5 hours and it is still not done yet. And then once that happens, I have another thing to process to hopefully get it unblocked. So hopefully by tomorrow morning it'll be up. Mm, where, oh, where, oh, where is, where's my live tab? Here we go. Wait. Marianne is literally such a good friend to this girl she barely even knows. Oh yeah, she's way better than. And then Toonie said she's better than Dawn. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, Molly was the one that had the stalker boyfriend. For those of you who did not read California Diaries with us, it was a lot. Um, and yeah, it was a lot. That's all that can really be said. Ooh, I love Philip DeFranco. Wait, is there something specifically going on? All right. We're about at the halfway mark. Just about. Chapter 7. You look tired, Shannon said when she picked me up at the mall's side entrance. I am. I lean back in my seat. Wake me when I get to the Pikes. I was just kidding, but in truth, I could have used a nap. Sunny and Dawn were lucky. They were going to a movie. If they wanted to, they could doze right through the whole thing. Not that it would be easy. They'd chosen a scary one about zombies terrorizing a summer camp. I was about to. I was glad to miss it, but once again, I couldn't help feeling a little left out. It was silly. I should have been happy. I was on my way to a sitting job, and I do love babysitting. And I'd be sharing the job with my other best friend, Christy. Mallory was away at 2-week writing camp. So why did I care that Dawn and Sunny hardly seemed to notice when I said goodbye? They already had their minds on popcorn and zombies. It wasn't anything personal. What movie are they going to? Jeff asked from the back seat. I'd barely noticed he was there since he was slumped way down. Camp Fear, I told him. Cool, he said. I wish I could go. No way, Sharon told him. I know, Jeff groaned. I'm too young, too impressionable. I'll have nightmares. You got it, buddy, Sharon and I smiled at each other. Anyway, she went on, you have plans tonight. The triplets are excited about having you over. I'd asked Mr. and Mrs. Pike if it were okay to bring Jeff along when I sat. I was a little concerned about him, and I knew Sharon and my dad were too. He's still in a funk about the house. He hadn't done a thing about decorating his room or making it his own. We'd all offered to help, and Sonny even sketched out a very cool idea for a big Star Wars mural to go on the wall over his bed, but Jeff didn't seem interested. I figured it might do him good to spend some time with his friends. When he arrived at the Pikes, Christy was already there, and Mr. and Mrs. Pike were on their way out the door. Hi, Marianne. Bye, Marianne, said Mrs. Pike. Good to see you, Jeff. Have fun. Jeff headed off downstairs to the Pikes' rec room. Boy, do you look tired. That was the first thing Christy said to me. Do you have fun at the mall? I was about to start telling her about our day with when Jordan interrupted. Jordan's 10, like his brothers, Adam and Byron. They're the triplets, obviously. When's dinner? He demanded. Any minute now, Christy said, checking her watch. I'm just waiting for the frogs to spawn. I already put the monkey brain pie into the oven, and dessert's all set. The booger pudding is in the fridge. Ew! Jordan cried gleefully. I'm going to hurl. Christy knows just what 10-year-old boys like to hear. Hey guys, Jordan took off down the hall. Wait till you hear what's for dinner. A few beats later, we heard the loud fake barfing noises from the rec room. Christy and I grinned at each other. What are we really having? I asked. Macaroni and cheese, broccoli and ice cream sandwiches, Christy answered. If anyone wants something different, they're welcome to rummage around in the fridge. Jeff likes mac and cheese. He'll be happy. Will he? Christy asked. Judging by the way he looked coming in, it would take more than a good dinner to cheer him up. Is he still upset about the house? I nodded. Just then we were interrupted again. This time it was Claire, the youngest Pike. She's 5. Can you thread my needle? She asked. Margot and me are doing a crafts project. We're making purses. Margot and I said, automatically correcting her as I took the needle and began to thread it. Margot is the next youngest. She's 7. Margot and you, she asked, looking bewildered. But you just got here. No, Oh, never mind, I said. I handed her back the needle. You're all set, I said, but don't go far. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. Claire thanked me and ran off. Where's Vanessa? I asked. She's in her room, Christy told me. She's reading a biography of Emily Dickinson. Her mom says she's so deeply into it that she barely spoke to anyone for 2 days. Honestly, vibes. Vanessa's 9. She loves poetry and hopes to be a poet someday. Christy and I had headed for the kitchen and finished putting dinner together. I set the table and poured out glasses of milk while Christy served the macaroni and cheese. Then we called the kids. It took 15 minutes to get everyone seated at the table and about 3.5 minutes for everyone to eat. May I be excused? Adam asked after he'd rushed through his plate of food. Oh, fuck. Are we still... Okay, it sounds like we're still going. I've heard it disconnect twice now, but ever since going to full cam, it's not giving me the same issues. I don't know why that is. I want a Star Wars mural too, Chris, right? You for all the neat content you release. Oh, thanks, your pal Al. I appreciate you being here. That's what I'm here for. Nostalgic, obscure, or otherwise strange. Content of all kinds, really. Let's see. About 3.5 minutes for everyone to eat. Maybe excuse, Adam said after he'd rushed through his plate of food. No excuse for you, Jordan muttered. Jordan, Vanessa said. Think twice, be nice. I wondered if that's what Emily Dickinson would have said. As far as I remember, her poetry didn't always rhyme. Vanessa usually does. I'm done too, said Claire, hiding her last piece of broccoli under the rim of her plate. Almost, I said, pointing to it. Finish that, and then you can go back to your project. Margot had already eaten all her broccoli. I think that she's only Pike kid who actually likes vegetables. Adam and Byron stood up to take their plates to the sink. Wait up, you guys, said Nicky, shoving a last forkful of macaroni into his mouth. Nicky, who is 8, is always trailing along after the triplets. Adam rolled his eyes. Byron waited. He tends to be a little more thoughtful than his brothers. I glanced at Jeff. He hadn't eaten much. Instead, he was playing with his food. He stuck a broccoli flower upright in a pile of macaroni so that it looked like a tree. Then he knocked it over as if he were Paul Bunyan. Timber, I said under my breath. I gave him a private smile. He didn't smile back. What are you guys up to? I asked him. He shrugged. Having fun? He shrugged again. Byron touched Jeff on the shoulder. It's your turn on the computer, he said. I can show you how to get around the evil wizard if you want. That's okay, said Jeff. Adam can take my turn. He's better at it anyway. Cool, yelled Adam. He ran to the sink, dumped his plate, and reappeared carrying an ice cream sandwich. Better eat that outside, Christy advised. I don't think your dad would appreciate ice cream on the computer. Adam made a face, then headed on out the back door, letting the screen door slam. Jordan and Nikki followed his tracks, each with his own ice cream sandwich. Byron watched them go, then looked back at Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff told him. I don't think I want any ice cream anyway. I'll catch up with you guys. Poor Jeff. Even Claire noticed that something was wrong. Want to come and sew with us? She asked, flashing her best smile. No thanks, Jeff said. Claire and Margot ran off, and Vanessa disappeared upstairs to commune with Emily. Christy and I puttered around the kitchen, cleaning up. Jeff continued to sit at an empty table. Don't you want to play with your friends? I asked him. He shook his head. He wouldn't look at me. Jeff, are you okay? He burst into tears. Oh, Jeff, I was surprised. It took a lot to make him cry. What's the matter? Few moments he couldn't talk. He cried and cried. I sat down next to him and tried to comfort him. Then his sobs died down a little, and I noticed. Wait. His sobs died down a little. I motioned for Christy to leave us alone. Jeff, can you talk to me? I asked. Tell me what's wrong. Poor Jeff. I thought Vanessa was beyond the rhyming phase at this point. I guess not. Not entirely. I just hate it here. I hate Connecticut. There's nothing here I like. He sniffed. I used to like our house, but now it's gone. He wailed. And I used to like to play in the barn, but now I have to live in the barn, and I don't have any of my stuff, and everybody keeps telling me to get new stuff, but I'll never be the same as the stuff that got burned up. I miss my stuff. I nodded. I missed my stuff, too. I rubbed his back. I know, Jeff. It's hard. And my friends don't understand, and I feel like I don't even know them anymore, Jeff hiccuped. I knew how that felt, too. My friends had been supportive and incredibly thoughtful, but none of them really understood what it had been like to lose everything in a fire. How could they? But I knew they'd tried. Dawn probably didn't try, but the rest of them tried. And I knew the Pike boys had too. Jeff, I said, your friends want to help, they want to understand, and they want things to be the same between you. But they aren't, Jeff cried. Nothing is the same since that stupid fire. He was right. I couldn't deny it, and while I'd had lots of time to work through my feelings about the fire, Jeff was having a delayed reaction. The fact that his home had been lost was just starting to hit him, even though it had happened months ago. Just then, I turned to see Byron standing quietly in the door. He looked sympathetic. Suddenly, I had an idea. Hey, Jeff, I said, you know what? I bet your friends would love to help you figure out how to fix up your room so you're happier in it. No, they wouldn't, Jeff mumbled. Oh, yeah? Byron asked from the doorway. Yes, we would. That would be cool. Good old Byron. I smiled at him. Jeff looked up. Really? He asked. Wait here, said Byron. I'll get the others. He dashed off and rounded up the rest of the Pike boys. Within minutes, everyone was sitting around the dining room table, plotting and planning. Did I say Sunny was a good interior decorator? Well, she had nothing on the Pike boys. They came up with some outrageously creative ideas. I have this real cool monster mask, Jordan said. We could make a scarecrow with it and stand it in the corner. It would scare everybody to death, and we could paint the room purple, added Adam, with red racing stripes around it, and put up black light posters and keep the black light on all the time. You can have my Nerf basketball net, Nikki offered generously, or even our red basketball net, cried Byron, getting carried away. Christy had come in by then, and she and I looked at each other and smiled. I'm sure she was thinking the same thing I was, that Sharon and Dad might not be so pleased with the new decorating team I'd hired. On the other hand, if it made Jeff feel better about the new house, they'd probably let him keep an orangutan in his room. Hold on, I'm dying of cuteness. Hi, Paulo. This is pretty cute. Hard volunteer work today, not gonna lie. I'm sorry it was hard, but good for you for doing it. FNAF movie trailer is officially out now. I can't believe it's finally happening. Oh god. I have some FNAF books and I could play the games, but oh dear god. I'm just gonna die over and over again and nobody's gonna let me live it down. All right. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Whatever. Fine. Accidentally dragged the streaming tab into a brand new window all by itself, and I'm like, you know what? Fine. This is fine. What page am I on? Let's see. I am on page 69. I didn't make that up. That is actually the page that I am on of 142. 142. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, so we're about exactly halfway. Neighbor said the sex number. Look, it's the number of it's I wasn't going to lie. It is just funny that you happen to ask right now. Crying children and angry Karens. In the FNAF situation? Oh, kids love FNAF. It's crazy. Adults think the games are for kids, even though it really isn't. I mean, yeah, it's definitely consumed most by kids. Like, kids play the game more than anybody else. Yep, it is a story about a serial killer going after children, so not exactly very kid friendly. But you know. All right. What about a bed that looks like an aircraft carrier? Do they make those? That would be really cool. Jeff, Dawn said. She sounded exasperated. Enough, okay? I know you're excited about changing your room around, but we have stuff to do now. We'll help you when your friends come over tomorrow, I promise. Ugh. That's another sip for being annoyed at Dawn. It was Saturday evening, the day after my sitting job at the Pikes. Jeff had been talking all day about the plans and the triplet he and the triplets and Nikki had made for fixing up his room. He could hardly wait. Sonny encouraged him naturally, showing him outrageous color combinations and discussing what kind of live animal habitats might be fun. I actually heard them talking about an iguana house at one point, but even though we were happy to see Jeff acting less mopey, Dawn and I were already tired of the subject. Anyway, Dawn was right. We did have other stuff to do. We had to get ready for our date. Gulp. Just thinking the word made me nervous. I hadn't been on a date with anybody but Logan in a long, long time. She's acting like a 40-year-old divorcee. She's 13. And going out with Logan had been so easy, so comfortable. I never had to think about what to say or how to act around him. I never had to think about what to wear. What about this? Excuse me. I held up a purple t-shirt. Dawn and I were alone in her room now that Jeff had finally left. Sunny was downstairs talking to her dad on the phone. We'd thrown piles of clothes. Hi, Perry. Come on. Here. Come on. Come on. I know. I know. Hi. Everybody say hi to Perry. You want to... Okay, don't scratch the mic, but just say hi. Kids love serial killers. Literally. Kids are so brave nowadays. Well, probably not. I haven't done extra work in a little while. Give Perry a pat for me. This is from Paulo. Paulo says hello. Okay, you want to. Whoop! Don't step on the new in ears, and also don't fall. There we go. Harry. Okay, nope. No desk. I know you know what no desk means. No, don't. That's a horrible sound. Don't do that. Harry. Okay, anyway. Wait. I'm apparently so behind, I have no idea what we're talking about. One of the Nancy Drew movies filmed here, and my friend was actually a photo double for Nancy herself. That was pretty cool. Oh boy. Ah! We'd thrown piles of clothes. We'd thrown piles of clothes, mine, hers, and Sunny's, on both beds, and we were starting to try them on, deciding what to wear that night when we went to the movies with Cole and his friends. With what? I with what? Asked Dawn, considering the shirt. Your denim skirt? I was thinking khakis, I admitted. I don't want to feel overdressed. The skirt's not dressy. I know, it's just that I haven't been on a date in so long. I don't want it to be a big deal. I threw down the t-shirt. Harry? I threw down the t-shirt and picked up a black tank top of Sunny's. I put that right down. It was so not me. First of all, Dawn told me it's not a date. It's just a bunch of kids going to the movies together, and it's not a big deal. So what you wear really doesn't matter at all. Really, Perry? Up or down? There we go. Sorry, I have to move this again. Where was I? I picked up another green t-shirt, one with blue stripes. You're probably right, I sighed. I guess I'm just nervous and I'm not really sure I'm ready for this. You know, the dating thing. I saw Dawn open her mouth and I rushed to correct myself. I mean, the bunch of kids going to the movies together thing. Dawn laughed. You'll be fine. Just do what Mom always says to do. Be yourself, we chorused. We were still laughing when Sunny walked in. Hey, what's the joke? She asked. Nothing really, I said. Marianne's a little nervous about tonight, so I'm just trying to take her mind off it, Dawn explained. Nervous? Sunny repeated. Come on, Marianne, get a clue. You have nada to be nervous about. Cole is nuts about you. I predict that this is only the first of many, many excellent dates. There was that word. I knew it, I said, throwing the t-shirt I was holding at Dawn. It is a date. It is. Dawn threw the t-shirt at Sunny. See what you've done? I almost had her all calmed down. I had almost completely gaslit her into thinking that this was definitely not a date. Sunny grinned and shrugged. Oh well, calm is overrated anyway. Let's figure out what we're going to wear. She started grabbing at clothes, flinging them left and right as she dug through the piles. Whose skirt is this? It's adorable. Can I wear it? Can I have it? What goes with it? Dawn and I exchanged a glance. Sunny was in high gear and there was no stopping her now. It might as well join in. It's mine, I said. You can wear it, but you can't have it, and it goes with just about anything. Try this. I tossed her black tank top over. Sunny put on the skirt and the tank and danced around for a second in front of the full length mirror on the closet door. Da 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 da, she sang under her breath, then she stopped moving. Nope. She turned back to the piles of clothes. Dawn and I settled on our outfits pretty quickly. Me, khakis and a white shirt. Dawn, long shirt, tank top. Um, Long shirt, tank top. Oh, okay, I guess. But Sunny was trying on clothes well after Sharon's 15-minute warning. Sharon was driving us to the mall to meet Cole and his friends. In fact, Sunny was still putting herself together as we drove to the mall. She applied lip gloss, tried on 4 pairs of earrings, and even changed her shoes. She'd brought along 3 pairs just in case. I honestly didn't mind Sunny's energy. It took my mind off my own uncertainty. But I could see that Dawn was losing patience. Dawn loses patience with everybody all the time. I'd asked her about it earlier. I know it's exhausting, but she seems happy, I said. Seems is the right word, Dawn said. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad she's not sitting around crying. But sometimes I think this is just a surface thing. You know, as long as she acts as if everything's wonderful, it will be. And she keeps busy enough she won't have to think. But I know that's a lot. There's a lot of pain underneath it all. When is she going to come out? Look, Dawn, this is just a phase of the grieving process. You gotta let her through it. Then Dawn will victim blame, pressuring her into going out with boy under false pretenses. What if he's gross and try? I mean, yeah. Ooh, that'd be fun, Toonie. I would read that. I would actually love that. I patted Dawn on the shoulder. I knew she wasn't looking for a real answer. She was just worried about Sunny, and I could understand that. Still, we were doing all we could. We couldn't make her deal with her pain. Sunny joined us then, wearing my skirt paired with a white baby tee, and we piled into Sharon's car. A little while later, we were piling out in front of a Cole and his friends who were waiting at the main entrance of the mall. Hey, said Cole. He shook his hair out of his eyes and smiled right at me. I couldn't deny he was very, very cute. Hi, I said, looking down at my shoes. That's a terrible habit of mine. I've been doing it as long as I can remember. Uh, Cole's friends were hanging back a little. Um, One was blonde with freckles, and the other had brown hair and, I hate to say it, a whole bunch of pimples on his face. This is Jason, Cole said, waving a hand at the blonde boy, and that's Alex. Hey, said Alex, looking down at his feet. At least I wasn't the only one. Hi, said Jason. He was staring at Sunny, and I saw his cheeks turn pink. Poor guy, he was blushing. Shall we? Asked Cole, giving me a mock bow. I had to admit he was a lot smoother than most of the boys I know. Was that because he was older, or was it just his personality? It is funny because he is only the 1 year older, which feels like a lot when you're 13, because it is any age group, any age difference is a lot when you're 13, obviously. But it is funny to be like older men 1 year older. It's just being 13. Sure, I said. He opened the door for me and we walked into inside with the others following. You look nice, Cole told me as we stood in line for our tickets. Thanks. Behind us, I heard Jason and Alex talking about a video game, and behind them, Sunny and Dawn were giggling about something. I had a feeling this night was going to seem very long. The movie was okay. After a little indecisiveness, we'd settled on one about a family that gets marooned on a desert island. The only thing I didn't like was that when I sat down, after stocking up on popcorn, soda, and jelly beans, Cole arranged things so that he was sitting next to me, Alex was on my other side, then Sunny, then Jason, and then Dawn. So it was boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl. I definitely have preferred to sit between Sunny and Dawn. The good thing, Cole did not try to hold my hand or kiss me. He did lean over and whisper into my ear a couple of times, asking if I knew who a certain actress was or pointing to something on the screen, but that didn't bother me too much. I mean, it's a date. You could date Sunny. I don't recommend dating Dawn, Marianne, but you could date one of them. But you're not on a date with one of them, so that's why you're not sitting with them. Afterward, we headed back to Stony Brook by bus and landed at the Rosebud for milkshakes. I was worried that I might see Logan since he works there as a busboy now and then, but fortunately he was nowhere in sight. Sunny was still on. She kept talking about how cool the movie had been and how she wished she could be marooned on a desert island, only not with my family, if you know what I mean, she said to Jason, giving him a flirtatious look. Jason blushed. Don't you think it would be romantic? She went on. You know, the full moon and the empty island is and the crashing surf. She looked dreamy. Jason blushed even redder. I saw Dawn nudge Sunny under the table, and I knew just what that meant. It meant, Sunny, leave the poor guy alone. Sunny knew it too, but she couldn't seem to stop. She flirted with Jason until I thought she was going to turn the color he was going to turn the color of a fire engine, and every time Dawn nudged her, she cranked it up a notch. I wanted to crawl under the table. Fighting Dawn would be hilarious. It's a new comic book series. Oh, I'm terrible with eye contact. I'm with Marianne on that one for sure, Rex. Use Sherlock Hound series. Yes, I haven't forgotten about covering Sherlock Hound. I haven't gotten to it yet, but hopefully I will soon. I've got to return to a bunch of shows that are ongoing on the channel first. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else, and now I forget. What's the matter? Cole asked me, looking concerned. Nothing. I said. I took a sip of my shake. Is it me? He asked quietly. You don't like me, do you? Aw, Cole. Poor guy. Yikes. No, I mean, yes, I mean, no, it's not really about you. I tried to reassure him. Certainly I didn't dislike him. He was nice enough and considerate and funny, but he wasn't my type. He was a little too cocky, a little too sure of himself. How, though? How is, oh my god, you don't like me, do you? I'm so sorry. Translate to cocky and full of himself. Sure of himself. Try to tell that to Sunny, though. When we were finally home going over the evening, while we'd lay around in Dawn and Sunny's room, she would not stop raving about Cole. He's so cool, she said. You and he look adorable together. You're going to be an awesome couple, don't you think? She turned to Dawn. Sure, Dawn shrugged, then she yawned. You're not tired, are you? Sunny stared at Dawn. I thought we could go outside. There's a full moon tonight. You know, I love to walk around in the moonlight. Everything looks so silvery. Her enthusiasm was almost contagious. If I hadn't been exhausted, I might have gone outside with her, but it was nearly midnight by then. I was just too tired, and so was Dawn. Sunny sulked a little. You guys are no fun, she said, plopping herself down on her bed. Then I saw her yawn. Finally, she was tired too. I tiptoed down the hall to my room and fell into bed, exhausted. How was I going to stand an entire month of sunny days? Logan was way more cocky than this dude. We haven't read anything with Logan, I don't think, yet. I think he's been mentioned briefly. I own one of the first books that I think that one of the first Babysitters Club books I owned, which I believe Patrick sent me, is Logan's story, which we should probably tackle at some point. But yeah, not a whole lot of Logan in my experience. But I What kind of dog would Nancy be? This is a great question, chat. I'm turning this question over to you. What kind of dog would Nancy Drew be? I mean, she has a dog named Togo that's a little like, um, I think he's a bull terrier, but I don't think that would be her if she was a dog. Cocker Spaniel. I can see Cocker Spaniel for sure. Um, I'm thinking Jack Russell Terrier too. That might just be because she and Wishbone have some of the same energy sometimes. Um, I could definitely see Cocker Spaniel though. They're so pretty too, by the way. So dog Nancy, Avery and Chat as dogs for the future comics. Nice. All right, let's see. Making okay time, getting close to the end. Let's see. Chapter 9. It's not that I don't appreciate your help. I like Cole. I just don't like him, you know, Sonny? I don't know how to tell you this, but I lay in bed the next morning trying to figure out how to let Sonny know that Cole and I were not destined to be the next Romeo and Juliet. Thank God, because they ended up dead. I'm interjecting this part. Um, or even the next Homer and Marge Simpson. Thank God, because there's a lot going on in that relationship. In fact, we weren't meant to be a couple at all. He was definitely not my type, and I sure wasn't his, whether he knew it or not. But I knew Sunny would be disappointed. She'd put some effort into bringing us together, and nothing would make her happier than to send her matchmaking work out. Than to see her matchmaking work out. It was important to me to keep Sunny happy, but I wasn't about to go out with some boy I didn't feel anything for just to cheer up a friend. I nodded. That's right, I told myself. Be strong. If Sunny likes him so much, maybe she could go out with him. Call me Marge because I love you, homie. Beautiful. Ned doesn't exist in the Hound universe? Thank God. Toonie's a real one. Make me a chihuahua, Milo says. What dog would I be? I always say that I would be a little long-haired chihuahua because because I've got so much hair, but also I'm so tiny and just like scrappy, you know? And I'm nervous and I shake a lot. Doesn't like me to be so assertive, but I have so much choice, and but I didn't have much choice. Sunny was like a steamroller, and if I didn't get myself out of her path, I just might find myself walking up the aisle with Cole to the tune of "Here Comes the Bride." I rolled out of bed and pulled on my bathrobe. Then I marched down the hall to Dawn's room and tapped on the door. "Are you guys up yet?" I called softly. "Come on in," Dawn called back. I pushed open the door and walked in. Sunny and Dawn were awake, but both of them were lounging in bed. I sat down in Dawn's purple inflatable chair. Oh, you remember the inflatable chairs? Good times. Very 2000. One of the furnishings Sunny had talked her into. Hey, Marianne, Sunny cried. We were just talking about you and Cole. Of course, Sunny had to talk her into the good furnishings, obviously, because it's Dawn. Gulp. Right, I began. About that. He's so not right for you, Sunny rushed on. I thought he was at first, but now I can tell he's not. My mouth was hanging open. What? I know it might be hard to cut him loose, especially since he's nuts about you, she went on. Now she was sitting up in bed braiding her hair while she talked. I know you're about um I know how you are about hurting people's feelings, but we'll figure out some way for you to let him down easy. Sunny, Dawn laughed. Forget it, Marianne. No matter what you think, Sunny's made up her mind. Where are those purple hair ties I bought the other day? Sunny asked, holding one of the braids. Oh, they're in the dresser. Can you toss one to Marianne? Can you toss me one, Marianne? I stood up, found the hair ties, and brought her one. Thanks, she said. So anyway, you'll dump Cole. Dump Cole? Did she have to put it that way? My face must have shown how I felt. Okay, you don't have to dump him, but you won't be going out with a bunch of losers anymore. Sonny, now Dawn looked upset. Oh, come on. Did you see the zits on that guy's face? Hey, look, some of us had zits in high school, some of us had zits in our 20s, and it's fine, Sonny. Aw, Dawn's still alive. Yeah, we gotta deal with Dawn. I always wanted an inflatable chair too. It was one of the things that like my friend had and I was really jealous of. You can be a long hair and I can be a short hair. Yes. One of the ones that look practically bald. I love it. Maybe make a better boyfriend than Ned Tooney. If anything, if Nancy has to be with anybody, put Frank and Joe Hardy in there. Dawn frowned. Don't be mean, Sonny. Dawn's like, that's what I do, Sonny. You don't get to do my thing. My cheek every menstrual cycle. Yeah, that's super normal to just have like a breakout in one specific spot like every single time of the month. It sucks. Um, what would Ducky think if he heard you talking like that? Sunny suddenly lost her grin. Okay, you're right, she said quietly. Wow. I knew Ducky, this boy out in Cal I knew Ducky, this boy out in California, was a good friend to Sunny and Dawn, but I didn't know his opinion was that important. I was glad. Ducky's opinion is always important. Period. Hmm. I was glad there was someone Sunny cared about pleasing. So they're not losers, she went on. Fine, whatever, but still, we're not going to go out with them again. Okay, with both of you? Definitely, I said, sighing with relief. Okay, said Dawn, but I did think Alex was kind of cute. Sure, if you like guinea pigs, Sunny mumbled under her breath. I almost laughed, thinking of Alex's plump cheeks. Oh, poor Alex. As another person with very chubby cheeks. Um, what? Asked Dawn. Nothing. I didn't say a thing. Sunny held up her hands. That's good, Dawn said, because I don't want to have to tell Ducky you did. Okay, Sunny rolled her eyes. Anyway, those guys are so yesterday. It's time for us to move on. Move on? I asked. Do we have to? Sunny nodded. Absolutely. What you need, I've decided, is an older guy. I felt a chill run down my spine. Had I heard her correctly? What? I asked, hoping I hadn't. An older guy. Someone more mature, more exciting, more experienced, Sunny said, gave the last word special emphasis. They're 13. Sunny is 13, so she's not thinking about this great, right? Oh no, I said, shaking my head. That's not what I need at all. Sure you do, said Sunny. Believe me, there's nothing like an older guy. They're so romantic, so much cooler than guys our age. Like this guy Carson I was seeing for a while. Oh god, Carson. He was older and he was so awesome. She stared off into space. We met at the beach, she said dreamily. He had traveled all over, and he introduced me to some incredible books and ideas. Her eyes were closed, and now she was smiling to herself. Carson, Dawn asked incredulously, you're not saying that he would have made a good boyfriend for Mary Ann, are you? I had a feeling there was more to it than to Carson's story. to the Carson story than Sunny was telling me. There is. Ducky is Sunny's new mother. Yes. Pulling the Ducky card. It's so funny, right? Either one. Just one of Frank and Joe. Sunny's acting like they were actually boyfriend girlfriend. Oh yeah. Now imagine a dog eating waffles. I like it. Well, it's also just like Sunny, you can date older guys when you're old enough. She's 13. You shouldn't be dating any older guys, Sunny. Sunshine Winslow. Sunshine Daydream Winslow. Because her parents were hippies. Sunny opened her eyes. Of course not, she exclaimed, but someone like him, maybe a city guy. Doesn't your friend Stacy have a boyfriend who lives in the city? I bet he's way more sophisticated than these Connecticut guys. I had to, just dragging all the Connecticut guys. Sorry, Connecticut guys watching. I know all of Connecticut likes to watch this live stream. Probably shouldn't date, but you can't really stop them. Yeah, yeah, agreed. You kind of have to pick your battles with them, but honestly, who do you know that's still with their 13-year-old boyfriend or girlfriend? I had to admit she was probably right about that. Ethan, this boy Stacy had gone out with off and on, is an artist. He's very cool. Still, Sunny, I began. I wanted to explain that sophistication was not exactly what I was looking for. That, in fact, I wasn't looking for a boyfriend at all. Don't thank me, Sunny said, raising a hand, and don't worry about a thing. I know just what you want and intend to find him for you before I go back home. That's my fondest wish, to see you with a terrific new boyfriend. I slumped back in my chair. What could I say? Sunny had an agenda. Well, I'm going to get dressed, I said finally. I'll see you guys downstairs. As I left the room, I heard footsteps downstairs. Lots of footsteps. In fact, it sounded like a herd of buffalo. What was going on? Then I heard voices. Yo, Jeff, time to wake up. Oh no, it was the Pike boys. They'd come over to help Jeff with his room, and there I was, walking down the hall in my bathrobe and PJs. They hit the stairs before I could make a dash for my room. Marianne, said Byron, stopping in his tracks. I saw his cheeks turn red. Mine felt hot, and I knew I was blushing too. I don't know which of us was more embarrassed. What kind of PJs are you wearing? I know, at 13, being seen in your PJs is probably embarrassing, but like, I don't know, maybe it's a homeschool thing. I just live for pajamas. Oh yeah, definitely. I would love to consult on anything related to Nancy Drew and Sherlock Holmes. Um, Hi Byron, I said, trying to sound casual. After all, he has sisters. He's seen girls in their bathrobes before. Hey Marianne, said Jordan from behind him. Woo woo, nice robe. Jordan doesn't embarrass as easily as some boys. Neither does Adam. He grinned at me and Nikki. And Nikki? He's too young for it to matter. I edged past the boys. Jeff's room is that way, I said, pointing. He's probably not up yet. He will be soon. Jordan ran down the hall and started banging on Jeff's door. The decorating squad is here, he yelled. I sighed. I'd almost forgotten about the day's project, Operation Jeff's Room. See you, said Byron, backing his way down the hall to join the other boys, who were knocking on Jeff's door by then. Right, I said. I backed into my own room and closed the door behind me. I wished I could just hide in there for a while, at least until Jeff's room was done, if not until Sunny had gone back to California. But guess what? It turned out to be a fun day. For one thing, Sunny was focused on something other than finding me a boyfriend. And for another, well, let's just say it was pretty entertaining to watch 5 grade school boys turn into interior decorators. Over breakfast, the Pike boys and Jeff discussed ideas. Byron took notes. Ideas for Jeff's room. Space station. Dinosaur world jungle with vines to climb. Gory is spelled very wrong. Bloody stuff. hands, scary faces, etc. Basketball theme. Wait, basketball theme spelled THEEM. Surf Shack. Sunny's idea. And Sunny's name is spelled wrong too. It has an IE. At first, Jeff especially liked this Surf Shack idea since it would remind him of California. Adam was pushing hard for the gory, bloody theme, while Jordan wanted to create a Lost World effect, complete with animated dinosaurs. Byron liked the space station idea. For a while, the boys argued back and forth at full volume. Dawn and I watched and listened. Sunny jumped in with her own 2 cents, then grabbing a moment when all four older boys happened to have their mouths full of whole wheat pancakes, Nicky spoke up. What about a superhero theme? He asked. Don't you already have a bunch of action figures and stuff? We could make your room into a kind of headquarters for those guys, like a clubhouse where they all hang out. Dumb, 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 said Adam automatically. Wait a minute, Sunny said. Think about it. She grabbed another piece of paper and started to make a list. Tell me what superhero stuff you already have, she said to Jeff. He turned It turned out that he had a lot. He had plenty of action figures, as Nikki had pointed out, plus he had X-Men sheets, an Incredible Hulk Halloween costume, a Batmobile, and a Batcave. We're on our way, cried Sunny. This is it. Her enthusiasm was infectious. The boys flew into action, and by the end of the afternoon, Jeff's room had been transformed without anyone spending a penny. It really did look like a clubhouse by the time Sunny had finished the sign for the door. Action figures stood all around in various poses. The X-Men sheets had been made into curtains. The Incredible Hulk costume was standing in a corner guarding the Batcave. And a huge, complicated spider web made out of string was hanging from the ceiling with a Spider-Man action figure at the center. The best part was, as Jeff had said, it didn't have to be permanent, especially since it hadn't cost anything. If he got tired of it, he could try out one of the other ideas they'd come up with, but for now, he was happy. Oh. All right, let's take a second. That's what I was thinking too. Apparently none of that got burned. Conveniency is convenient. Deus Ex Machina of Marvel characters. And Batman, so I guess one DC character. Like, where was all this stuff? I was thinking the same thing. We're just gonna let him have that one, I guess. Good, fine. Jeff's happy. He will live. But yeah, really, where was it all? All right, so ooh, 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 ooh. Looks like one of my claims finally got accepted, so now I have to deal with the other one. Wonder how bad it sounds. I want to play it in case you guys. Wait, let me make sure you guys can't hear because I don't want to potentially get this stream in trouble with stuff. Okay. Where was it? Say, remember the conservative book trigger warning? Oh yeah, where did the trigger warning go? Oh, sorry, I left it on the other screen. Apologies. Thank you for reminding me. It's not centered. There we go. Give me a second, guys. Just gonna make sure that I can. Okay, I'm just gonna let them clip. Um, am I okay? Sorry, I was looking. I'm dealing with the Phantom of the Opera, trying to get it unblocked. So if I looked like I was very focused for a second, that's why. I was talking about the book. I was talking about the book. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Weirdly enough, I think this clip that they want to cut out is actually a clip that I can trim without it being too disruptive. Oh shoot. 'But of course, it wants to trim the entire video, including all of the stuff that's me. Hang on, give me a second. 2205 to 2219. Sorry, guys. I know. Uh, talk amongst yourselves for a second. Let me fix this and then we'll get back to reading. 2205. You're seeing behind the curtain of all the stuff they don't tell you about before you start a YouTube channel. Sometimes companies just forget that you have a right to cover their stuff and they make your life kind of hell. What's the problem with the video now? It got manually claimed over a clip of like just a few seconds of music playing behind me talking. So in one of the claims, I got released by letting them mute the audio, but like they are using like this kind of beta thing so they can take the audio out but leave my voice so that I'm not cut off, which is probably going to sound very strange, but it will work for the moment. And then the other one is just an extra clip. No, it's not Phantom of the Opera that hates me. It's whoever is making money. It's NBC Universal who's making money off of Phantom of the Opera, and they're like, but what is fair use? Because what if somebody doesn't want to watch Phantom of the Opera now that they've watched your review? Oh, the book called Trigger Warning. Didn't Jenny Nicholson read that? I don't think I ever saw her video, though. I just saw that it existed. Oh, it's not even the movie. Like, it's not. NBC owns the rights to the distribution of that particular version. And, like, yeah, I guess they just are, like, really protective over it. Universal sucks. I like their theme parks, I like their movies. I don't like their disregard for fair use. Let's see. All right, it's not going to automatically take my claim because even though it's telling me the specific clip that they want me to cut out, they're really like, but could you just cut out everything that shows anything from the show? And I'm like, nope, that's not how this works. So now we're gonna have a little dispute on our hands. So I'll let this go and see what happens. Peacock app. I've never used the Peacock app. I'm sure it's the best app ever. I said very sarcastically. Silent version from the 1920s will be fun one day. First, I just got to get this one back online. All right, sorry guys, I'm back. For those of you just tuning in, hi. We are reading Welcome Home, Mary Ann from Babysitter's Club Friends Forever, book 11. How many books did they write in the Friends Forever line of books? Because it was the last true Babysitter's Club. How do you explain what Nancy Drew is to someone? 12, I think. Okay, that makes sense. That sounds about right to me. Based off of no knowledge other than I know there are at least 11 of them. Nancy Drew is I always say Nancy Drew is a bit of an anarchist, even though nobody remembers that, because she was created to be a female teenage detective at a time where young women didn't really do anything, and she was way more interested in solving crime than like having a boyfriend at all. And that was one of the reasons Ned was created, basically the only reason, because he's just there to make Nancy seem less countercultural, in my opinion. So she's she's very odd. She's very old fashioned, but at the end of the day, she's just like really snarky and just kind of crazy in a good way. That's my description of her anyway. All right. Get a sip of my drink. Chapter 10. Wow, all my favorites. Jeff's eyes lit up when he saw the spread on the dining room table that night. It's to celebrate your new room, Sharon said, beaming. You did a great job, honey. So Richard and I wanted to make you a special dinner. Jeff grinned. Yum, he said. He looked over at the food. Yum was right. Sharon and my dad had created a feast. There was a huge pan of vegetarian lasagna, a basket of garlic bread, Caesar salad with homemade croutons, my dad's specialty. There were almost meatballs made. There were also meatballs made with seitan, which is a vegetarian alternative to meat. Believe it or not, it can actually taste good, and a pitcher of iced tea. I think when I said almost meat, I was correct. Oh no, like she's weird as hell. We love her, but she's weird as hell, and people forget that, and that's like where the magic of Nancy Drew is. Yeah, the only thing you really want Peacock for is The Office. I was annoyed because I was looking desperately for a place. I really want to do a big overview video of one of the soap operas, right, that I kind of would watch with my mom as a kid. Bold and the Beautiful is the one that has most of its episodes posted on their YouTube channel. So that one's probably going to be what I'm going to work on. However, for some reason, season 9 is missing. I don't know why, but it's just season 9. And I don't know nowhere does season 9 exist. Like she's in everyone's business, but also seems like she almost doesn't feel fear. Yeah. Um, Make sure to save room for dessert, Sharon told us. I made Cara brownies, and Richard brought home ice cream to put on top of them. There's even tofuti for those of us who prefer it, she added, winking at Dawn. Tofuti is ice cream made out of gag me, tofu. Dawn and Sharon love it. Yahoo! Cried Jeff. All right, echoed Sunny. Tofuti rules. I should have known. Who doesn't love brownies a la mode? Asked my dad. But right now I'm ready for some lasagna. Pass your plates, everybody, and I'll serve it. For a while, everyone was busy loading up their plates with food. Then there was a long period where nobody talked at all. We were too busy eating. Finally, Jeff spoke up. This is the best dinner ever, he said. I'm glad you like it, Sharon beamed. Dawn giggled. Hey, Jeff, the sauce on this reminds me. Do you remember that time we tried to make spaghetti sauce in the pressure cooker? We didn't have a clue about how to use that thing. Jeff burst out laughing. Mom thought there'd been some kind of terrible accident in the kitchen, he said. She actually screamed when she first came in. Blame me, Sharon asked. Everything was covered in red. The walls were dripping. The cabinets were full of sauce. Even the ceiling was spattered. It looked like a scene from a horror movie. It was the first time we tried to make dinner on our own, Dawn told Sunny and me. We wanted to surprise Mom. It was her birthday or something. Or something. Jesus Christ. Frozen silky tofu might actually be really good. I feel like it would be just all come down to texture, yeah. Yeah, we're still having glitches with approving stuff as moderators and me as the channel owner. So sorry for that. Um um No, it was Mother's Day, said Jeff, remembering. We ended up going out for burritos. Dawn helped herself to another serving of salad. We didn't even clean the kitchen first. We just left it and headed out. It was such a mess. But being the well-behaved children that you are, I'm sure you cleaned up when you got home, put in my dad with a grin. Right, said Jeff. I mean, we must have, didn't we? Sharon just smiled. You kids have made some good meals since then, my dad said. Marianne, do you remember the welcome home dinner you and Dawn made me when I was coming back from that business trip? I remember, cried Dawn. That was when I was trying to convince you to be a vegetarian. We made great stuff, a zucchini casserole, ginger garlic tofu, a huge salad, and I loved every bite, my dad smiled, because my girls made it for me. Jeff made a gagging noise. Goop alert, he said, rolling his eyes. He can't stand it when people get sentimental. We laughed. I looked around the table at all the happy faces. Then I took another look at one of them, Sunny's. She was laughing just like the rest of us, but something was missing. Something I recognized. Something most people probably wouldn't have noticed. But I did because I knew exactly how she felt. There we were, one big happy family, reliving happy memories, talking, laughing, passing dishes of food. It was a nice scene, and to most people, Sunny would have looked like a part of it, like she was having just as good a time as the rest of us, but I knew better. We'd done everything we could to make Sunny feel at home, to make her feel like a, to make her feel welcome, yet I saw that she still felt like an outsider, like a spectator, and at the happy family parade. I love how Sunny and Marianne are both very perceptive. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there bots? Do I need to do something? I must mods must have gotten it because I don't see anything. Thank you guys. They would be better BFFs than Sunny and Dawn. Yep, or Dawn and Marianne. Oh, okay. Jerp's being a silly goose. Got you. Ooh, that thunder is loud. You guys hear that? I just saw bots, and when I see bots, when I see the word bots, I go into like chaos mode. I'm like, oh god, bots. I mean, I think Marianne and Sunny are both better friends than Dawn. Most characters in the series are better friends than Dawn, if not all of them. Let's see. We're on page 93. We're getting close, guys. I'd felt that way so often over the years. Sometimes I still feel that way. I mean, I have a family, and don't get me wrong, I love my family a lot. I value the people in it above anything else, but I grew up without a mother, and I always felt that she's missing. I always feel that she's missing. Most people seem to take family for granted as if it's like the air you breathe or the water you drink, but I know better. And now, so does Sunny. Sunny looked up from her plate and caught me studying her. Our eyes met for just a second, and I saw the pain in hers. Then she looked away. Hey, Dawn, she said, what about that cake we made for your dad's birthday? When we used salt instead of sugar by mistake, Jeff groaned. That had to be the worst cake in the history of the universe. Speaking of cakes, Sharona said, isn't it about time for dessert? Did I say Sharona? Sharon. That was not her name. Sorry, Sharon. The brownies were excellent. We piled on the ice cream, or tofuti, depending, and by the time we left the table, everybody was moaning about being way too full. Even Jeff hadn't been able to handle seconds on dessert. After dinner, Jeff headed upstairs to his new. Your parents would let you have seconds of dessert? Yo. Sharon and Dad are cool. um, After dinner, Jeff headed down upstairs to his new room. Dawn, Dad, Sharon, and I hung out in the living room while Sunny put in a Sunday evening call to her dad. She was using the phone in Sharon and my dad's room. The call must not have lasted long because after a few minutes I heard her footsteps padding down the hall to Dawn's room. She didn't come downstairs. I couldn't stop thinking about the look I'd seen on her face, the I don't belong look, and I couldn't help wondering if she might want to talk about it. I wanted her to know I was willing to listen. I yawned. I'm kind of tired, I told the others. I think I'll go up to my room and read for a while. I kissed my dad and Sharon. Thanks again for the great dinner, I told them. Upstairs, I approached the closed door to Dawn's room. Sip for Dawn not recognizing. Being a bad friend. I the only shirt when I hear Sharona, I think of the name of the nurse on Monk. And she's a really fun character, but like, I don't know where I got Sharona from. I know it's just Sharon with an A, but Sharona? I knocked gently. Sonny, it's me, Marianne, I said, pushing the door open. How's your dad? Fine, I guess, she said. She was lying on her bed staring at the ceiling. I mean, I don't know. He misses me and he's all alone in the house. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back there. I'm sure he does miss you, but he understands that you want to be here with Dawn, too. I know. And he's so busy at the bookstore that I'd probably never see him anyway. I sat down on Dawn's bed. Sonny? I said, not knowing exactly where to start. I was wondering, I just wanted you to know, she interrupted. Marianne, do I have to call Jeff in here for a goop alert? She rolled over on her side facing me. No, I don't mean to be goopy. I just thought you might want to talk, about... I don't want to talk about anything, Sonny said firmly. I know it's hard, I went on. Like at dinner, I know how that can be, watching everybody else be this happy family. Sonny closed her eyes for a moment, then she opened them and looked at me. Was that not a riot about the spaghetti sauce all over the kitchen? She asked, grinning. Okay, the message could not have been more clear. Sonny didn't want to talk. And whether I thought she should was beside the point. I can't force her to deal with her feelings. I couldn't demand that she open up about how her mother's death had affected her. And the truth was, even though I thought I understood, I probably didn't. Emotional maturity from a 13-year-old. Good for you, Marianne. Her situation was so different from mine, I had no right to push her into anything she wasn't ready for. It was pretty funny, I agreed. I stood up and yawned. Well, I guess I'll head to bed. That was it. I figured Sunny would let me know when she was ready to talk. Meanwhile, I became her supportive friend again, and Sunny continued to be Ms. Energy Source of the year. Dawn had been absolutely right. It wasn't just that Sunny didn't want to talk. Sunny didn't want to think. That seemed to be her solution. If she could just stay busy enough, she wouldn't have to face her thoughts. And if Sunny was going to be busy, so were Dawn and I, like it or not. We spent the next 3 days in constant motion. Sunny led us from the pool to the mall to downtown to the library. And let's go to the I can never say this word. Arboretum. And the Stony Brook Museum. I've already been to the library, but I still want to go back there. And what about the radio station? Could we go there? I bet they'd show us around. Finally, by Wednesday night, Sunny declared She'd seen everything there was to see in Stony Brook. This isn't a bad town, she told us as we lay down in the hammock in the backyard after dinner. And that night, Dawn and I were lying in the hammock, that is, Sunny was pacing beside it. But it's limited. I mean, there are only so many people here, so many places to see. There's only one museum. The museum is pretty good for a town this size, I said. True, agreed Sunny, but I don't want to. But don't you want to see more? Don't you want to see different kinds of people? Cool stores, dozens of museums. Don't you want to experience more than Stony Brook can offer? Exactly what are you suggesting? Dawn asked warily. Sunny just kept pacing. Sunny, tell us what you're planning. Sunny stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were gleaming with excitement. I'm planning something amazing, she said. I'm planning a trip to the most exciting city in the world. Tomorrow, the three of us. I don't know if my dad will, I began. Sunny shook her head. This has nothing to do with your dad, she said. This is just us, off to New York for a magical day on our own, and nobody has to know. You mean you want us to sneak off to New York? Dawn asked, her eyes wide. Sunny nodded. Bingo. Thank that 70s show for why I know how to that pronunciation. Thank you. Arbor itum. Hugs are universal comfort. Just give her a hug. She probably does need a hug. I'm crying now. Sorry, Patrick. My bologna is better. Eatum. Arboretum. Sunny tends to get a little manic when she's dealing strong emotions. Yes, she does. Very much so. I'm doing okay, Chris. Thanks for asking. A little annoyed at YouTube right now, but, you know, there are bigger things going on in the world. Oh, that's tough, Patrick. Thank you for sharing that. All right. Let's keep going. Looks like we're getting to an interesting part. We've only got, well, got like 40 pages left. But we're getting close to the ending. We're almost there. Kind of a daily routine for most these days. Oh yeah, no, for real. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, I'll just have to re-upload it, which is again annoying because I've used just the minimal amount of show clips that I could. Um, um, you know, you know how YouTube works. We'll get it figured out, I'm sure. Chapter 11. I haven't been calling out chapters. We're on chapter 11, page 99. Whoa. I can hear the pouring through my in ears. That's how you know it's really a lot. Dawn sat up suddenly, and I almost fell out of the hammock. Still getting used to using the in-ears. My phone ready to go. So bad at work, I have to constantly reset online orders because of stupid shit. Oh yeah, the automatic stuff is like the technology has gotten really good, but it also has flaws. And then also this particular situation annoys me just because it was manually claimed, which is just annoying when people manually claim things because it's like you don't. This is fair use. This is not plagiarism or this is not copyright infringement. That's what I meant to say. Dawn sat up suddenly, and I almost fell out of my hammock. Sunny didn't seem to notice. She kept pacing. Sunny, Dawn said, you're kidding, right? Sunny stopped and looked at us. Kidding? Why should I be kidding? We stared back at her. You want us to sneak off to New York City by ourselves without telling anyone? I asked. That's the general idea. Why is that such a big deal? It's just, you've been there before on your own, haven't you? With Stacy? Well, yes, I said, but we had permission and a plan. We can make a plan, Sunny said. It would be more fun without one. But a plan is fine. And as for permission, she waved a hand. That's just a formality. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. But I want to go tomorrow, and if we ask now, there will be one of those long, drawn-out decision processes that parents specialize in. They'll torture us with we'll see and maybe, and the next thing you know, it'll be time for me to head back home to California. I didn't think she was being fair. Sharon and Dad aren't like that, but I could tell Sunny wasn't going to hear anything I said. She was in her own little Sunny world. Sunny, Dawn began. Sunny, stop pacing and listen to me. Sunny stopped in her tracks. Yes, ma'am, she said, grinning. Dawn was sighing. She shifted position in the hammock. Look, I'd love to go to New York. It's a great city, no question about it. And I'd love to show you all the major landmarks like the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty. We could even go to Ellis Island. That is a totally cool place to visit. Sunny looked unimpressed. Dawn went on. But why don't we just wait for the weekend and make it a family trip? I know my mom would love to go too. Richard always has a good time in the city, and Jeff, he'd have a blast. She sounded so enthusiastic, I thought for sure Sunny would agree to the plan. I was wrong. Dawn, 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 Sunny sighed. You know I adore your family. They've been wonderful to me, so don't take this the wrong way, but that is so not what I'm talking about. Dawn raised her eyebrows. Oh no? She folded her arms across her chest. Then what did you tell us? Then why don't you tell us what you're talking about, Sunny? You don't have to get all bent out of shape, Sunny said lightly. Come on, this is about fun. Dawn looked skeptical. But she uncrossed her arms. I like fun. Go on. Sunny sat down on the ground next to the hammock. All right, she said, here's the thing. Visiting places like the ones you were talking about is fine for tourists. She paused and held up a hand. Don't say it, she said before Dawn or I could speak. I know I'm visiting from California. That makes me a tourist, and someday I'd love to do the Empire State Building. Empire State World Trade Center Statue of Liberty tourist thing. Oh dear. I've got some bad news about the World Trade Center, unfortunately. Jesus. What I'm talking about is different. What I want to do is see the real New York, the New York that New Yorkers see. She jumped to her feet. Wait a sec, she said. Don't move. She ran toward the house. Dawn let out a huge breath and flopped back into the hammock. What is she thinking? Yeah, that was like right after this. Yeah, this came out in 2000. It would be like maybe 1 year after this that 9/11 happened. If Dawn's the voice of reason, then shit has really hit the fan. Yup. I'd love to see. I always tell people, feel free to. Oh, I said like a month ago that I was going to start in the Discord server a place for people to share their content with the rest of the community. I really need to do that. Sorry, I'm so bad at remembering things. Um, what is she thinking? She asked, lying there with her eyes closed. I shook my head. I don't know. Shh, Dawn warned me. She's coming back. As Sunny ran across the lawn, waving something at us, she drew closer. I saw that it was a magazine. Check this out, she said, climbing into the hammock with us. She flipped through the pages until she found what she was looking for. Then she held the magazine so we could both see it. City Chic, blared the headline of the article she'd opened to, where do real city kids shop. The guy and girl in the picture looked impossibly sophisticated and exotic. He was tall, with dark goatee and short, dark hair. His eyes were obscured by yellow tinted sunglasses. She was even taller than he was, with long corkscrews of coppery red hair. Both were wearing all black outfits. Look at them. Are they not the coolest? Sunny was shaking her head. They're very cool, Dawn admitted, but what do they have to do with us? Sunny rolled her eyes. You're not listening, are you? My point is that these kids are real New Yorkers. They don't spend time hanging around the Empire State Building with their parents. They live in the city. It's their environment. They know where to go, what to do to have a great time. Shopping is part of that, but so are restaurants and clubs. Gulp. Clubs? I repeated. You mean like where music and everything? Sunny patted my head. Take a deep, deep breath, Marianne. Don't worry. I'm not suggesting anything wild here, but wouldn't you at least like to sneak a peek at the kind of place that kids like these days? My mom tells stories about growing up in South Florida. And in South Florida, obviously, like the club scene is really big to this day, but especially in the 80s, it was really big. And apparently, they just straight up had under 18 nightclubs where, like, they didn't serve alcohol, but that was, like, the only difference. And, like, all the teenagers hung out there. And that was apparently just, like, a huge part of my mom's teen years, which sounds wild to me. Club Disney, I believe, was not still around in 2000, but that was also out in California. Please tell me that Dawn is going to have a character development. Used to be teen clubs, I guess. I know, it's just, the more, as much as I try to think about it, like, it still sounds wild, right? I think I'm just old. Making sure the in ear is not going to fall out and be an out ear. I haven't seen Clueless recently enough. Clueless is great, though. All right. But wouldn't you at least like to sneak a peek at the kind of place kids like these, the kids like these, she gestured at the magazine, go to? I mean, these two don't hang out at any boring old mall, if you know what I'm saying. I didn't realize you were so bored with our mall, Dawn said stiffly. Oh, come on, Sunny answered impatiently. Admit it. The mall's fine, but do you want to spend every day of your life there? Of course not, I said. Then let's go somewhere different, Sunny exclaimed, jumping out of the hammock. Dawn and I held on as the hammock careened back and forth. Sunny was pacing again. Look, it's not such a big deal, Sunny said. Tomorrow, as soon as Sharon and Richard leave for work, we'll head for the train station. We'll take the train to New York, take a cab to the village, and walk around for a few hours. Then we'll hop back into a cab, zoom up to the train station, and we're back before anyone knows any better. She made it sound so simple. How do you figure all that out? I asked. By reading this article, Sunny admitted. That's how the interviewer met up with the kids. She took a train from the suburbs and trailed along with them while they walked around in the village in Soho. The village is in the lower part of the city. It's where all the coolest people have always hung out, Sunny explained. I knew that, Dawn said quickly. I've been there. And Soho stands for south of Houston, as in Houston Street, but which, by the way, is pronounced Houston. Sorry, I was about to ask. Houston, not Houston. Sorry, Sonny, didn't mean to be called out. Sorry to the New Yorkers and, you know, New Englanders in chat. Trip to New York. Oof. The new Nancy Drew show I have not seen yet. I haven't heard glowing reviews from it, but I haven't heard like terrible, like this is the worst thing I've ever seen reviews. It's just kind of like, I guess, meh. They try to make Nancy very like grown up cool, which I think just misses the point of Nancy. Okay. It's where the artists used to live and work and show their stuff. Now there are lots of super hip shops. How do you go there from the village? I love when people say hip in old books and movies and stuff because it's like a word that's meant to denote coolness, but it's one of the least cool words these days. How do you get there from the village? I asked. We walk, Sunny crowed. That's the best part. Soho and the village run right into each other. Suddenly, I noticed something. We weren't talking anymore about whether we would or wouldn't go. We were talking about how to get where we were going. How had Sunny convinced us without our noticing? Dawn frowned. What about Jeff? She asked. Dawn should be a lawyer. She asked, so she wasn't convinced. Not yet. He's planning to spend the day at the Pikeses, Sonny said without missing a beat. He and the triplets are building a fort or something. I heard him ask Sharon for permission. He'll never know we were gone. And just in case anyone ends up looking for us during the day, we can leave a note saying we went to the pool. Dawn was quiet for a second. I was too. I knew it wasn't right. My dad would be furious if he found out, but would he find out? And really, if Sonny said, as Sonny said, what was the big deal? I had been to New York before without an adult along, and this trip would be special. Sunny had made it sound very exciting. Her plan was crazy, but it might work. Still, never again. With shitty people and overpriced garbage, Boston is closer. I've only been through New York, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning going over the Washington Bridge. So, like, I didn't really get the New York experience, so I can't really say, but like New York just always seemed like a lot. It always seemed way faster paced than my pace. Look, Sonny finally said, breaking the silence. I really need this. She met my eyes. I'm not going to beg, but it would mean a lot to me if you guys would agree to go. How could I say no when she put it that way? I'd made it clear that I wanted to be there for her, and this was what she needed for me. What needed me for. I looked at Dawn, and I could tell she was thinking the same thing. She gave me a tiny nod. Okay, I said quietly. We'll go. Never been anywhere in my life. I live inside a sealed cardboard box. I mean, that's how I feel sometimes too. That's not totally true. I have been. I went out to California once for a week when I was like 11. I've been to I've taken the whole trip up to New England and back on the East Coast. I've been to a bunch of the surrounding southern states, and I've been to Chicago, but I've never left the country, not even for like Canada or Mexico. Hmm. We do need to read the Club Stephanie books. Going to Cape Cod in July. Ooh, Cape Cod, I've heard is pretty. I've only been outside of Canada, been to California once. I really like Southern California. Southern California is consistently warm. Although I think I'd miss like the rolling thunderstorms that we get here. Don't come to Canada, it sucks. There's got to be some good places in Canada somewhere. You guys just seem so calm and peaceful up there. Ah. I knew you were going to say that. Once, but part of it. That's real funny. I'm sure all of the Canadian stereotypes are really silly. Stereotypes are always ridiculous when you know better because they're stereotypes, but like Americans just have this peaceful picture of Canadians just walking around apologizing to each other and speaking quietly. Chapter 12. What am I doing? What am I doing? This is nuts. This is nuts. The thoughts rattled in my brain. It's time to. In time to the clickety clack of the train. Yes, Sunny, Dawn, and I were on our way to New York. Ugh! Ah! I want to go back. I hadn't slept much the night before, partly out of excitement, partly out of pure fear. According to Sunny's plan, we'd stayed in bed this morning until we'd heard Sharon and Dad leave the house. That meant Jeff was gone too, since Sharon was dropping him off at the Pikeses on her way to work. If we sit down to breakfast with them, they'll be able to tell something's up, Sunny had explained the night before. I might be able to hide it, but you two, she shook her head, you'd give it away in a second, so it's best to lay low until they're gone. Then we'll jump out on our bikes and head for the train station. Sunny had it all figured out, and she was probably right. If my dad had seen my face that morning, he'd have known immediately that I was nervous about something, and if he asked me what was wrong, I would have had to tell him everything. I wouldn't have been able to lie to his face, so instead I'd lied in a note. Sharon, we're at the pool. See you at dinner. And now I was sneaking off to New York. Before we'd left, Dawn had made one suggestion I thought was very smart. She hadn't she finally made a smart suggestion. I really hate Dawn. She had insisted that we tell somebody where we were going, just in case. I didn't want to think about the awful possibilities that just in case covered, so I didn't. In the morning, she'd called Stacy to let her know our plan. What did Stacy say anyway? I asked now as the train rocked along. She was so jealous, Dawn reported. She said if she didn't have a sitting job today, she'd come with us. She said we were going to have a blast, and she said we have to go to Canal Jean? Canal Jean? What's Canal Jean? I asked. That's how I'm going to say it, even if it's wrong, because it's fun. Again, never been to New York. Okay, it's thundering. I don't know who pissed Thor off, but somebody needs to get on that. Calm down, Thor. Played Alex Mack and Nickelodeon. Oh, that's interesting. Still need to... I finally have my new TV and DVD player up and running, so I'm going to use that to watch... I don't know, maybe I'll watch the Babysitter's Club movie tonight. While I should be editing, but I think I'm just going to do some crocheting and finish up the editing project I have going on in the morning. I know, said Sunny, holding up the magazine. I know, said Sunny, holding up the magazine she'd shown us that night before. I'll talk about it in here. I wanted to go there anyway. It's this cool clothing store in Soho, and it's huge. And they have everything from vintage clothes to trendy stuff, and the prices are supposed to be really good. Stacey said it's like the Macy's of Soho. Well, then the prices definitely aren't good. Dawn told me. She said there are lots of other cooler stores, but most of them are really expensive and upscale. Like they'll have just one perfect little dress for $900. We can check those out, but if we want to buy anything, Canal Jean is the place for people like us. I could see that Dawn was catching Sunny's enthusiasm. She didn't seem nervous at all. I decided she had the right idea. It was time to forget my fears and enjoy the day. We spent the rest of the train ride looking over Sunny's magazine and talking about all the places we wanted to see. How are we going to get to the village anyway? I asked. Are we going to take the subway? We could, said Sunny doubtfully, but let's take a taxi. It'll be more fun because we'll be able to see where we're going. No Betamax. Nope. It'll also be more expensive. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I had the feeling Sunny was a little scared of the subway. Somehow it made me feel better to know Sunny was scared of something. So we'll take the taxi right to Canal Jean, asked Dawn. No way, Sunny cried. That would be that wouldn't be any fun. Let's just take it to Washington Square Park. That's supposed to be the heart of Greenwich Village. We can walk anywhere we want from there. She showed, oh my god, it is raining out there. She showed us the little map featured in the magazine article. See, nothing that far down from the park. The map was small, so it was hard to tell, but Sunny was probably right. Stacy always says that walking is the best way to get around in New York. So now we had a plan, and somehow that made me feel better. I sat back and enjoyed the rest of the train ride. The train pulled into Grand Central Station right on time. This way, I said when we landed on the platform. I led us up the escalator feeling pretty cool. The station was familiar to me since I'd taken the train to New York before. Dawn had too, but not for a while. Once we hit the street, um, sorry, this was bugging me. Once we hit the street, sorry, I lost my place. Once we hit the street, though, my anxiety returned. For a few seconds, the three of us just stood on the sidewalk trying to get our bearings. I always forgot how big New York is and how many people live and work there. I mean, everywhere you look are all these giant buildings, and the streets, at least the avenues, seem about 10 times as wide as the streets in Stony Brook. Plus, they're filled with traffic, noisy, fast traffic. There's a constant flow of trucks, buses, taxis, and cars, not to mention the bicyclists and inline skaters who whiz by. Every single vehicle seems to be honking for no particular reason. Exhaust fumes fill the air, mixing with, in our case, the smell of hot pretzels being sold from a shiny metal pushcar with a big yellow umbrella. And the people, the sidewalks, the sidewalks are full of people of every type and description, and most of them are walking quickly as if they know exactly where they're headed. And no, they are late. We saw people of every color and nationality, women who looked and dressed like models, homeless men pushing carts full of deposit bottles they'd pulled out of trash cans, guys who looked as if they'd spent their lives at the gym building up their bodies, Indian women in beautiful saris, hip-hop guys in backwards baseball caps and huge baggy jeans, just in case you forgot that it was 2000. Wow, said Sunny, drinking it all in. Wow. It's something, isn't it? Asked Dawn. She looked at Little Pale. It sure is. Sunny took a deep breath. So we're taking a taxi, right? Right, Dawn and I agreed. But how? How are we supposed to make one of the yellow cars, the ones that were flying by and all the traffic, stop for us? I'd seen Stacy hail a cab before. I knew it wasn't that hard, but the traffic was overwhelming. I felt frozen. Question for anybody who's been to New York recently. Has the prevalence of like Uber and Lyft meant that the iconic like Times Square like overrun by yellow taxis has shifted at all? A hot pretzel now. Ooh. Like one of the soft ones. Gas in New York is bonkers. Oh, I'm sure. Yes, the book is almost done. We're very close to the end if you can see. Soft pretzels with cheese. Yes. You guys remember Pretzel Day episode on The Office? Then I saw Sunny take a small step off the curb and hold up her arm. Sunny, I yelled, reaching out to grab her. Watch out! Just then a taxi veered toward us, finding its way out of the traffic to stop next to us. Sunny grinned at me. How about that? She asked. We opened the door and climbed into the back seat. Washington Square Park, please. Sunny said, as cool as a cucumber. Sunny, I said as soon as the cab had lurched away from the curb, how do you know how to do that? I watched a woman up the block, Sunny confessed. Plus, I've seen it in movies. I was impressed. The cab driver looked at us in his rearview mirror. Where are you girls from? He asked. Connecticut, we chorused. Well, California, Sunny added. This is my first time in New York City. You girls look a little young to be here by yourselves, said the cabbie, eyeing us again. Sorry, he definitely doesn't have a southern accent, but I go into my, like, old man southern accent every time there's, like, an older guy. If I try to do a New York accent, I'll offend all the New Yorkers, so I won't. He was about my dad's age. You be careful here. We will, Dawn promised. I stared out the window as we whizzed through the busy streets. I almost felt dizzy trying to take in so much at once. I had no idea which direction we were heading. All I knew was that we seemed to be headed there very, very fast. Cabbies in New York are not known for being cautious drivers. In Elf where he's like, watch out, the yellow ones don't stop. The one time Michael and Stanley bonded. Yep. The Office is just so many levels of comedy going on. Like I watched The Office back, and even though I've seen it several times, I still catch things like that are like visual gags going on in the background that I didn't notice the first time. It also just makes a ton of commentary about having to be stuck in situations with that like completely out of pocket person that you never really know how to handle, and it's very cringy at times because of that, but it's also uh just like I don't know. It's just good. I just like The Office. It's a smart comedy. Comfort show for me. Many, many things to notice. Oh, so many. It's great for your ADHD because it's like there's just so much going on at any one given time. Never bored watching The Office. Where was I? I lost my place again. This is where you wanted to go? He asked the driver a few minutes later. He pulled over to one side of a wide avenue. Fifth Avenue, I realized later. Straight ahead and across a side street was a huge, beautiful gray stone arch, and beyond the arch was a park full of people. Definitely, cried Sunny. She was practically bouncing up and down in her seat with excitement. We paid the driver. I knew enough from the other visits to remember that we were supposed to tip him, so I added $1 to the amount of the meter and climbed out of the cab. Yes, Sunny stood, staring at the park, a broad smile on her face. This is exactly why I wanted to come here. She looked both ways, then trotted across the street. Dawn and I trotted behind her. Check this out. Sunny was entranced. Talk about finding you a city boyfriend, Marianne. This would definitely be the place. Her eyes followed a skateboard dude who zipped by wearing a pair of low-slung shorts. Nice tattoos, she said, loudly enough for the boy to hear. He glanced at her and grinned. The park was full of activity. Didn't anybody in the city work? Where were all these people doing hanging out in the park in the middle of the day? Friends moment. The focus on the park was a fountain, and it was surrounded by people. Skateboarders, guys playing drums, a juggler, parents pushing strollers, couples kissing, old men feeding pigeons. People strolled up and down the paved paths that crisscrossed the park. Along one side of the park, beneath some trees, were stone tables. At every one, two people were sitting across from each other playing chess. Other people sat nearby, watching the game and making comments. Dawn and Sunny and I found seats on a bench near the fountain. For a while, we just sat and looked at everything going on around us. I could sit here and watch all day, Dawn said. Me too, I had to agree. Not me, exclaimed Sunny. I mean, it's incredibly cool here, but there's so much to see. Let's start walking. I didn't mind. Okay, which way to Canal Jean? I'm gonna say it weirder every. I'm gonna say it more. Not weirder. I'm gonna say it more fakely French every time I say it. Um, Oh, let's not rush down there, said Sunny. Let's just wander for a while. Let's go. Down that street. She waved toward a quiet street on the other side of the park. Why not? Asked Dawn with a shrug. I couldn't think of an answer, so we began to wander. We walked for a long, long time, up one street and down another. I can't even begin to tell you all the things that we saw, but here's the partial list. An Italian bakery that looked as if it had been there for 100 years. The bread smelled delicious as we walked by. A girl who had short red hair, and I mean red, like red lifesaver with black and white quills sticking up all over it. Tree-lined streets with old brick buildings were that sported window boxes overflowing with flowers. A very cool-looking mother, all dressed in black and yakking on her cell phone as she pushed a stroller. The baby riding in it was all dressed in black too. New Yorkers like black. A guy wearing knee-high leopard skin boots. A store full of all kinds of things made out of glass, including glass candy kisses. I wanted to get one for Claudia, but they were too expensive. Guys who looked like pros playing basketball on a street corner court with spectators lining every inch of the fence. A store full of rugs and Egyptian jewelry where two purring black and white cats seemed to rule. They lived there, according to a sign on the door. We walked for blocks and blocks, stopping in every store that looked interesting. One whole street was full of nothing but shoe stores. We didn't buy anything. The choices were just too overwhelming. It was fun to look, though, until suddenly we realized we were starving. It was time to take a break for lunch. This looks like a nice place, said Sunny, gesturing towards a cafe with tables on the sidewalks. What do you think? I'm too exhausted to think, I said. I'm too exhausted to think, said Dawn, and I'm too hungry. I led us to one of the tables and dropped into a chair. It looks fine. A waiter dressed in a white shirt, black pants, and a long white apron approached our table. Hello, ladies, he said, handing us 3 menus. Sunny opened hers and took a look. Yow, she exclaimed, dropping it like a hot potato. Yeah, right. I was thinking the same thing. I'm sure the cabbie loved that $1 tip, even back in 2000, when inflation hadn't gotten this bad. New York is seen in Home Alone 2, or Elf is as likable as that city gets. Yeah, because it's the fictional version of New York. It's sort of like how, all my life I've loved, still do, like that old Hollywood glitzy aesthetic. And it's just like, that Hollywood was never that, right? You know that that's just kind of the facade or the fantasy that was sold to like everyday people to make Hollywood and the people who worked there seem so glorious and regular and not just normal people. But like this idea of like old fashioned 1930s glitzy Hollywood, California, it's the only like truly great version you'll ever see. And that's the same thing with New York. Like kids movies, family movies that are like New York and all of its glitz and glamour. That's the best you get. Although one book that I very much liked um, was if anybody's read The Diviners. I only read the first book in the series, but I loved it so much. It's like 1920s New York, and it deals with like cults and scary magic. It was very, very good. I want to see it be made into like a stream series. iPad, so I'm on my phone now. Welcome back on your phone. Let's see. I'll let you guys know if I can get this video up online. I might have to just repost it, which will be really annoying because it already has over 1,000 views. Good night, Patrick. Um, but I'll let you guys know one way or another if it's back online. Like when it's back online. Sorry to keep bringing it up. I just keep checking. Oh yeah, Percy Jackson also made it cool. We need to read those. We really really need to read Percy Jackson books on stream at some point. Chapter 13. I need a sip of my drink. Hang on, sorry guys. It is 10 till midnight if you're on the East Coast with me, and we are almost done with our book. Welcome home, Marianne. I didn't get to watch Patrick's live over the weekend. I'll have to watch that later. All right, almost there, almost there, almost there. What should we read tomorrow? We could read another Goosebumps? God knows I've got so many books to read. We still have a few of these, 4 more of the Scooby Doo and You books, and then like 2 more of the like episode adaptation books. One that I found, and then one that Paulo sent. So definitely got stuff. Cheetah Girls, yes. Let's read a Cheetah Girls book tomorrow. Speaking of New York, let's read Cheetah Girls tomorrow. It'll be a nice transition from this. Chapter 13. The waiter was still standing there, raised an eyebrow. I mean, said Sonny, blushing, I think this place may be a little out of our price range. I opened my menu and looked. The cheapest thing I could see was a salad for $14. I think you're right, I said, cracking up. I looked at Dawn and saw that she was laughing too. The waiter just smiled, took the menus back, and suggested a pizza place around the corner. We stumbled away from the table, giggling so hard it was difficult to walk. The pizza was delicious. In fact, it might have been the best pizza I've ever had. Yeah, because it's New York pizza. Or maybe it was just that I was so hungry. Anyway, the time we'd finished scarfing up 2 slices each, washed down with large sodas, we all felt ready for more walking. By that time, I was feeling less nervous and more at home. I think Dawn and Sunny were too. We'd become used to keeping one another in view as we walked down the street, even when we were briefly separated by crowds pushing past us. Still, I was glad we had the sense to designate a meeting place under the arch at Washington Square Park in case we were separated for real. I was so interested in everything I was seeing, everything I was doing, that I'd even stopped thinking about the fact that we'd come here on our own without telling our parents. Sonny and the city seemed to have cast a spell over me. Things I Put a Spell on You and Sanderson Sisters. Whoa, check this out, said Sunny, as we strolled by a huge, brightly colored mural featuring abstract people dancing to a wild beat. Claudia would love that. Dawn stopped to look. Claudia would love this. I said a few minutes later when we came across a whole corner full of street vendors. Look, I think this table has every kind of hair accessory in the universe. The variety was awesome. There were butterfly clips, dragonfly clips, scarves, and headbands and barrettes. Every color type, plus a ton of jewelry. Pins featuring every animal and hobby you could think of. Earrings and nose rings and toe rings and bracelets and anklets and fake tattoos and necklaces and charm bracelets. I was like, did you say bracelets twice? No, charm bracelets, not to be confused with regular bracelets. Oh yeah, I love Dorinda too. That'll be fun. The Heartstream took my first B day. Game still awful. Oh no, So the past two streams, we've been off of Chain Memories. We've been on Kingdom Hearts 2, and it's been really fun. I've been having really fun. We got to play the Mulan level. That was really cool. So anybody who wants to see the Kingdom Heart, get caught up on the Kingdom Hearts adventures, feel free to do so. We've got some extra Kingdom Hearts content this week because Maddie will be here over the weekend. So Saturday we're gonna do a Call of the Sea stream, and then later on, probably after dinner, we'll do a stream where we go back to Kingdom Hearts 1 and do a bunch of the bonus content that we skipped over. And then on Monday we'll be back to do our regular next installment of going through right now Kingdom Hearts 2. So going through the next chunk of that. Next stall featured t-shirts and tanks with Chinese characters on them, and the stall next to that was selling mini backpacks and some really cool tapestry shoulder bags. We wandered around looking at everything. I couldn't help buying some dragonfly clips. They were so cheap. I don't think anything that table was more than $10. That's not what I would consider cheap, but all right. Dawn and Sunny spent some money too. Dawn bought a shoulder bag and Sunny bought, well, I guess for purses and stuff, yeah. Dawn bought a shoulder bag and Sunny bought a black Chinese tank top with red dragon on it. According to the map in the magazine, we were in Soho by then, and as we continued walking, the mix of stores we saw was incredible. We passed fancy boutiques, expensive home furnishings, stores, and a set of sheets we saw in one window cost $850. Can you imagine? And even a surfer dude clothing store with miniature surfboards for door handles. We passed some art galleries and a spa. You couldn't see anyone getting treatments, just a bright open space with lots of wood and chrome. Another one of those old Italian bakeries and a store full of things from Tibet. Finally, we reached Broadway, the street where Canal Jean is located. Remember Canal Jean? I'd almost forgot about it, but Sunny's had it. We'd been walking down some relatively quiet streets, but Broadway was bustling. It was wide. It was a wide avenue with lots of traffic. Once again, the sidewalks were full of people, but the stores were a lot less fancy. We went into one, attracted by the music blaring out into the street, and ended up trying on some wild neon-colored wigs. Finally, Sunny spotted the checkerboard flag that is the Canal Jean logo. We headed into the store, which is huge, with several levels, and started to wander around. Dawn hit the vintage clothing area, while Sunny headed for a pile of sailor pants in the Army-Navy section. I was checking out a cool pair of baggy overalls when I heard a girl next to me ask a nearby salesperson, a guy with a pierced eyebrow and a blonde mohawk, what time it was. 3:30, said the boy. I nearly fainted. That couldn't be right. I checked my watch. Mohawk boy was wrong. It wasn't 3:30. It was 3:42. And if we were going to make it back to Stony Brook before Sharon and Dad came home from work, we had to head for the train station now. I ran to where Dawn was searching through a rack of skirts and told her. Together we went in search of Sunny. We found her near the entrance. Hey, you guys, check this out. She held up a flyer. This club sounds like a blast. They're having a battle of the bands tonight. Club? I stared at her. Tonight? Dawn looked shocked too. Sunny, we have to be home tonight. In fact, we have to be home in a couple hours. We should be leaving now. What are you talking about? We finally made it to this store, and I haven't even had a chance to look around. Dawn and I exchanged a glance. Sunny was only going to get stubborn if we tried to force the issue. We can look around a little, I said, but then we have to grab a taxi and head back to the train station. Sunny made a face. Oh, come on, she said. We have time. Besides, I'm hungry again, and I really think we should check out the club. Sunny, my dad will be home from work in less than 3 hours, I said. So, you left a note saying we're at the pool, right? It doesn't close until later. He'll never know. Unless they go looking for you. She stood up and started to walk towards the stairs to the upper level. We're here to have fun, remember? She tossed over her shoulder. Wait. We're here to have fun, remember? She tossed over her shoulder. If you guys want to spend your time worrying, that's fine. I'm going to enjoy myself. I saw Dawn's face turn red. Sunny Winslow, she said in a deathly quiet voice. Nobody else in the store turned to look, but Sunny stopped in her tracks. She turned to face Dawn. Yes, Dawn Schaefer? She asked in a teasing voice. Dawn did not crack a smile. I've had enough of this, she said. Enough of what? Exactly. Enough of what, Dawn? Let's go outside, you guys, I said. I had the feeling a big scene was coming. They both ignored me. Sonny, I'm just going to say this once, Dawn said. It's time to go. No way. I'm having an awesome time, and I'm not ready to go. If you're so worried about getting home, why don't you go ahead and leave? I'll be just fine on my own. Dawn's face turned an even darker shade of red. That's not how it works, Sonny. I'm not leaving you in the city on your own. We came together and we're leaving together. Then we're not leaving now, Sonny said airily. She turned to watch a shopper walk by dressed in an off-the-shoulder sequin pink prom gown. The shopper was a guy. Ooh. New York always being progressive and shit. Good for them. I stared at her. I couldn't believe my ears. I had no idea how to handle Sonny, so I let Dawn do the talking. That's it, Sonny, Dawn said. I've had it. You are the most selfish person I've ever met. Okay, Dawn, sweetie, honey, I've got some bad news. Yeah, they're not going into the stores. They're just window shopping. It's Dawn for real, OMG. Hi, Rachel. You're the most selfish person you've ever met, right? Like, Dawn, sweetie, honey, I know this is an annoying situation to be in, but you will always be more selfish than everybody here. My family and I have humored you for the last 2 weeks, and how do you pay us back? By dragging Marianne and me into doing something we know is wrong. Oh, right, I dragged you. Sunny rolled her eyes. Up until a few minutes ago, you guys were having a blast. Now I'm on my own. Now I'm my own evil twin for forcing you to come here. Dawn shook her head. You don't get it, do you? The point is, you've been getting your own way ever since, for a long time now. Oh, just say it, said Sunny. Ever since my mother died. Is that what you mean? Suddenly, I couldn't hear any of the noise around me. It was as if the whole store had gone silent. I drew in a breath, shocked. Dawn's face went from red to white. Sunny forced a grin. Is it? She asked. Finally, Dawn nodded. Yes, Sunny, that is what I meant. That's what I mean. Once again, I remembered how much Mrs. Winslow's death must have affected Dawn. I could see it in her face. She had all her own grief to deal with, and here she was trying her best to make Sunny's visit a good one. Dawn, I realized, had probably come back to Stony Brook hoping to sort out her own emotions, but she hadn't had time to do that. Every minute had been taken up with frantic activity, all to suit Sunny. Dawn doesn't deserve rights. Sorry. You guys, I said, stepping forward. Dawn didn't even seem to hear me. She was looking at Sunny. Just because you're having a hard time doesn't mean you have a right to treat everybody else badly. Things can't always go your way. Sunny tossed her head. You think things go my way? She asked, her voice hard. Like when my mom died? Was that having things go my way? That's not fair, Dawn said in a whisper. Oh, so what? Sunny sounded disgusted. Life is not fair. And of all the people I should know, she turned on her heel. Forget it, she said. Let's go back to Safehold, Connecticut. She walked towards the exit. Dawn and I stood still for a second. Then we followed Sunny back out onto Broadway. We found a cab and took it to the train station. We made it onto a Stony Brook-bound train with minutes to spare, and we rode the whole way home without any of us speaking a single word. Oof. I'm banning Dawn from existence. When does one of those crazy New York drivers accidentally ram Dawn? I will not take it back. Oh boy. All right, are we on the last chapter? We might be on the last... Oh, we've got two more chapters. Okay. Happy midnight, guys. Happy not New Year. Sorry, I'm always doing the ASMR tapping thing. Chapter 14. We made it back in time, just in time. I think Sharon's car pulled into the driveway about 8 minutes after we'd walked into the house. Can I just say right now, right here, that I will never do anything so stupid again. It was so not a good idea to go to New York without our parents' permission. They wanted them to get away with it because they didn't have time for the repercussions, but they also didn't want kids to try to do this. We were very lucky nothing happened to us and very, very lucky to have gotten away with it. Anyway, we still hadn't spoken to one another by the time we got home. Dawn threw her new shoulder bag down on the kitchen table. I picked it up and set it aside before Sharon or Richard could spot it and ask about it, and slammed out the door. I knew she was headed over to the Pikes to pick up Jeff. Sonny stomped upstairs to their room and slammed that door. Me? I just stood in the kitchen, wondering what to do. When I heard Sharon's car, I panicked. I wasn't ready to face her, but there wasn't time to run to my room. So I opened the fridge and stuck my head inside. "Hi, sweetie," said Sharon as she entered the kitchen. "Have a good day?" "Sure." "What are you doing?" "Just checking to see what we might have for supper. How about a salad?" "And I thought we'd order pizza tonight," Sharon interrupted. "I had a long day and I'm too tired to cook." I stopped myself before I could say we'd had pizza for lunch. They don't sell pizza at the pool. "We had a long day too, I said, trying to cover my mistake. Sharon laughed. She thought I was joking. I laughed too. "Pizza sounds great. I didn't care what we had for dinner. I just wanted to be out of that kitchen before I gave something away." I closed the fridge and told Sharon I'd be upstairs until supper time. "See you," she said vaguely, waving a hand in my direction. She collapsed into a chair and was looking through the day's mail. I climbed the stairs, suddenly exhausted. I felt as if I could crawl into bed right then and sleep until morning. The door to Dawn and Sonny's room was closed. I wondered if Sonny was still furious. Then I heard it. A loud sniff. A sob. Another sob. Sonny was crying. That was something new. Gently, I knocked on the door. "Go away!" "Sonny," I said, leaning my head against the door. That's all I said. There was just a little pause. Then Sonny spoke again, and this time she wasn't yelling. "Marianne?" I heard a sob in her voice. "Could you come in?" She's like, "Oh, thank God it's not Dawn. You can come in." I genuinely can't imagine having to hang out with Dawn. It sounds terrible. I pushed the door open. Sunny was huddled on her bed, hugging her pillow and looking about 5 years old. She let out a sob. I hugged her. Then I sat on the bed and patted her back while she cried and cried. Did you ever start crying about one thing and end up crying about every single thing that wasn't right in your life? Yes. That kind of crying can require a lot of tears. I had the feeling that's what Sunny was doing. She was crying about what had happened between her and Dawn, and about her mom dying, and about her father being so busy with his store, and about everything. I just sat there with her as she sobbed. Once in a while, I said something like, "It's okay." Sunny cried and cried until finally she seemed to be all cried out. I stood up and grabbed a box of tissues off her bureau. "Here," I said, "blow your nose and wipe your eyes." I felt almost as if Sunny were one of my babysitting charges. She took the tissue gratefully. "Thanks," she said. She sniffed and let out a big sigh. "I know," I said. "I think you needed that." She nodded. "Marianne, I'm really sorry," she said. "Don't be sorry. Crying is okay. It's more than okay. It's good." "Not about the crying." Sunny shook her head. "I mean, I'm sorry about dragging you to New York. I know you only went along to humor me. I took advantage of that. I made you do something you didn't want to do." I shrugged. "I agreed to go," I told her. "It's not your fault. I could have said no. Anyway, it's okay. I know your mind has been on other things." Yeah, she's more mature than Dawn, and mature enough to understand that she can't be, she chose to go. Hi, Chris Tiger Harris. We are wrapping up our book for the night. Welcome home, Marianne. This wraps up the Dawn and Sunny story from the California Diaries. Wraps up that arc, so feel free to go back and watch the VOD if you feel so inclined. It's been a pretty good book. Good to actually, I think this is the first time on stream we've read something from Marianne's perspective, right? Because we've only read like two Babysitters Club like original series books, and one was Jesse's book, and one was um Christie's book, I think. Yeah, Christie's book. Christie's Mystery Admirer or whatever that one was we read around Valentine's Day. Um I could have said no. Anyway, it's okay. I know your mind has been on other things. I wish, Sunny sounded bitter. I wish my mind were anywhere else, but in my mind, she shook her head, and um that doesn't make sense. What I mean is I came here to Stony Brook because I wanted to change. I wanted to get away from all the things on my mind, but you know what? What? Only my environment changed. I mean, Connecticut and California couldn't be more difficult, more different, not difficult. But even though everything around me is unfamiliar, none of the other stuff has changed. My life is what it is. Facts are facts. As my grandmother likes to say, if you're hurt on the inside, there's no type of outside on the world that can make you feel better. I know, I said, meeting her eyes. I can't imagine what I was thinking, Sunny went on. I guess I thought if I kept busy enough, I wouldn't have to deal with the facts. She looked down at the tissue in her hand. She'd been wringing it, and it was shredded. It didn't work. I saw a few last tears slip down her cheeks. I handed her a new tissue. I was silly to think it would, she said after she'd blown her nose again. No, not silly. You were just wishing. She glanced up at me, a question in her eyes. I've wished for things, too, I confessed. Like that your mom hadn't died? I nodded. Like that. We looked at each other for a moment. Marianne, what's it like to not have a mother? I took a deep breath. What's it like? I don't know. I don't know what it's like to have one, so I don't know how to compare. Sunny didn't say anything. I know that she wanted a better answer than that. Okay, here's what it's like. It's like you're missing a big piece of yourself. You can still survive in the world. You can be happy and have a great life, but there's always this thing you come back to. This piece that's missing. This piece that's almost everyone else seems to have and take for granted. Sunny nodded. You know, my dad loves me a lot, and so does my aunt, but my mom and I, we had something special. I miss that. You never stop missing that. Or her, I said. I'm pretty sure about that, but I also know that it won't always hurt the way it does now. Downstairs, I heard a door open and close. Dawn and Jeff must have been back, but Dawn didn't come upstairs. She was probably still angry with Sunny. Yeah, because she sucks, because she's Dawn. Got a new place at work. I'm cashier now. Struggle with counting coins, though. Congratulations, though. That sounds good. I struggle with counting coins, too, so don't feel bad. Sunny sat up in her bed, clutching the tissue. I don't mind how much it hurts, really, she said. In a way, I'm more afraid of forgetting her. She turned her face away for a second. Sometimes, she whispered, I already have a hard time remembering what she looked like. It's okay, I said, patting her back. Really, she's in your heart for always. You'll never forget her. You don't have to worry about that. Sunny cried some more. Once she'd started, she couldn't seem to stop. I just sat beside her, patting her back and handing her tissues. Finally, her sobs subsided again. Can we really just raise a glass to Marianne for being like the emotional labor friend? Because that's not always an easy thing to be. You notice how once I went on full screen, we stopped freezing? I don't know what that's about. It's so much easier in Canada because we don't have pennies. Well, American pennies and nickels cost more money to make than they are literally worth. So, like, it's just literally a waste of money. Also, now I have toss a coin to your Witcher in my head. Sorry about getting it in your head now, but now we all suffer together. Um, Finally, her sobs subsided again. I think I've made a really big decision about something, she said. What? I think I need to go back to California. I need to go home. Really? She nodded. My dad misses me and I miss him. I think we need to be together right now. And anyway, being here just doesn't feel right. It's like being in a holding pattern. You know what I mean by that? Like when you're in an airplane that can't land because the airport's too busy, so you just circle and circle, waiting for something to change. Ooh, that happened to me on my plane once. I was on a flight from, I think, Baltimore to here. It was a connecting flight. I had gone back to visit family in Maine. And it was so windy that they couldn't land. So we were just like flying around in these circles that are just like dipping every few seconds. It was terrible. Hello, a back hip. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're almost finished, but as I always say, all of my VODs always stay up on the channel. So feel free to watch back once we're finished if you'd like to see the whole story. It's been a pretty good one, especially if you like Babysitter's Club stuff. I could tell Sunny was serious about leaving, and I had the feeling it was a good idea for her to go. You're probably right, I told her, but we'll miss you. It was true. Having Sunny around had been exhausting, but it had been exhilarating, too. And I'd come to like her a lot. She's like, don't leave me here with Dawn. How am I going to tell Dawn? Sunny asked. You don't have to. We looked up and saw Dawn standing in the doorway. She must have been there for a couple of minutes without our noticing. She sat down on the bed and reached out to hug Sunny. Their fight was over. Neither of them had to say a word. It was just understood. Sunny had figured out what she really needed to do, and this time, Dawn and I could support her all the way. Well, thank you. Chapter 15. Are you sure? Sharon asked Sunny later that night when Sunny explained that she wanted to go back to California. Sunny nodded. I'll miss it here, she said. You've been really great to me, but it's time to go home. My dad nodded. I can't understand that, I said. Have you told your father yet? Sunny nodded again. I already called him. Not my aspect ratio, my framing, it looks like I'm sinking into the floor. Let me try to sit up a little straighter. Because I don't have time. I don't have the energy to fix it this close to the end of stream. I think he was pretty glad to hear it. She looked down at her hands. He says he missed me. I'm sure he has, said Sharon. And now we will. How soon do you want to leave? I was thinking Sunday, said Sunny. 2 days after tomorrow. My dad made some calls already. And there's a flight if you can take me to the airport. Of course, Sharon smiled. How about if we have a party for you on Saturday night? It can be a going away party plus a housewarming party for us. We have lots of friends and neighbors who are dying to see how the house turned out. It was an excellent idea. There wasn't much time to pull together a party, but we had that sunny energy on our side. We spent the next 2 days running around like crazy. We planned a menu and shopped for groceries and baked some healthy but yummy carob chip cookies and 2 peach pies, tidied up the house, and made at least a dozen phone calls to invite people. Healthy cookies are never fun. That takes all the joy out of it. Sunny, Dawn, and I worked easily together, talking and laughing. I didn't feel left out anymore, even when Sunny and Dawn talked about California friends. Sunny and I had bonded, and I knew we'd always have that. Should we invite Cole and his friends? I asked Sunny teasingly at one point. Sunny just shook her head. Sorry about that. You seem to be doing just fine without a boyfriend. Don't rush into anything, okay? Late Saturday afternoon, we decorated the backyard with strings of little white lights. The weather was beautiful, so we set up tables near the herb garden and covered them with mismatched tablecloths and we borrowed from the neighbors. My dad helped get the barbecue grill ready to go, and we filled 2 tubs with ice and stocked them with cans of soda. We finished everything about 10 minutes before the guests were due to arrive. Then we changed our clothing and headed back downstairs to greet our friends. Christy and Abby Stevenson, another honorary BSC member, were the first to arrive. Wow, everything looks great, said Christy. I had to admit she was right. The barn doors were wide open, and you could see that the big butcher block counter in the kitchen was covered with food, waiting to be served outside. The lights in the garden were on, even though it wasn't dark yet. The garden, Thanks, I said, feeling proud. I saw Abby approach Sunny. Hi, she said. I'm sorry you're leaving before we got to hang out much. And I wanted to say how sorry I am about your mother. Sunny nodded. Thanks, she said. That means a lot. I was impressed by 2 things. First of all, that Abby seemed to know exactly what to say to Sunny. I guess that's because she lost a parent too. Her dad died in a car accident only a few years ago. And so I don't really know anything about Abby. I've never read a book in so far that has her in it. I guess we just have to keep reading books, huh? And second, that Sunny responded the way she did. A few days ago, I would have been surprised to hear her change the subject or try. Would have been surprised to hear her. I wouldn't have been surprised to hear her change the subject or try to make some kind of joke. This was a new Sunny, a Sunny who was facing her feelings in a funny way. I felt proud of her. Within a half hour, the party was in full swing. Stacy and Claudia had arrived, and so had the Pikes, including Mallory, who was back from camp. This is like a BSC reunion, she said. Her brothers ran off to find Jeff and raid the dessert table. I was feeling hungry myself. By then, let's eat, I suggested. I didn't have to say more than that. Soon, we were loading up plates, grabbing burgers off the grill, and setting ourselves up under the apple tree for a big feast. As we were choosing sodas, I heard Stacy admiring Sunny's tank top, the one she'd bought in New York. I love it, she said. It looks new. Where'd you find it? It doesn't look like it came from Washington Mall. It didn't. It came from... Sunny looked around and caught herself. Sharon was standing nearby, spooning potato salad onto someone's plate. He gave a little cough. I've had it for a while, she finished lamely. Just say you got it in California. Stacy just smiled. I think she guessed the truth. We ate until we were stuffed. Then we just lay there talking. Claudia disappeared for a while and returned grinning. I love your room, she told me. Great colors. When did you see it? I asked. I was planning to give you guys a tour in a little bit. Jeff beat you to it, Claudia told me. She pointed to a cluster of people near the house. He's offering tours of the house for 25 cents. 35 if you want to see his room. Dawn and I looked at each other and cracked up. It's a good business, said Claudia. There are plenty of people who haven't seen the house yet, and he gives a very thorough tour. It's true, put in Abby. The house looks great, by the way. You too, I asked. I was with the first group to go through, she said, grinning. Dawn shook her head. I suppose I should tell Mom, but you know what? She probably wouldn't be mad. She'd be happy that Jeff likes the house well enough to show it off. Still, Jeff is a little capitalist entrepreneur in the making. Abby came later in the series. Yeah, we haven't gotten to any of hers on stream yet. Again, I'm sure I read a couple of Babysitter's Club books as a kid, but I wasn't really into them, so I don't really remember them. So it's all one of those things that's kind of new, more or less new to me for the streams, which I love. I love getting to experience new things because of the channel and because you guys suggested. I'm trying to keep things fresh by adding new character, but she wasn't super popular. Copy. Well, we have her portrait book, which we should probably read at some point. Still, he shouldn't be charging the guests, I said. How about if I distract him by organizing a softball game? Chrissy asked, jumping to her feet. I brought a bunch of gear just in case anyone wanted to play. The party lasted well into the evening. Just about everyone joined in the game, and we played until it was too dark to see. By then, the tiny white lights in the garden looked beautiful, and so did the big square of light from the wide kitchen doors. Our guests left. Almost every one of them said something about how lovely our new home was. I had to agree. Later, Dawn and I helped Sunny to her packing. It didn't take long. She threw things into her duffel without much thought, all except for those notebooks, her mother's journals. Sometime I'd like to show you these, she told me as she laid them gently on top of her clothes. I'd love to see them, I said. After a while, I could tell Dawn and Sunny needed a little time alone to say goodbye, so I headed off to bed. Before I fell asleep, I heard a knock at my door. Marianne? It was Sunny. I just wanted to say good night, she said, and I wanted to thank you. You really helped me. She sat on my bed, and we talked for a while. It was late, and everyone else was asleep. The house was very quiet. Then I began to hear the strangest noise, creaking sounds coming from all around. I'd heard them before, and I was drifting off to sleep, but they never seemed so loud. What's that? I asked, startled. It's the house settling, said Sunny. My house makes the same sound sometimes. It just means that the house is taking its shape, settling in. After she'd reassured me, Sunny said good night and left. The next morning, we headed for the airport. Dawn and Sunny sat in the back seat, talking about plans for later that summer when Dawn would return to California. I sat up front with Sharon. Seeing Sunny off was sad, but I felt happy for her too. She's doing the right thing, I said to Dawn as we watched Sunny walk toward her gate. That night, I lay in bed thinking about the last couple of weeks. They'd been busy ones, full of change, but now everything seemed to be settling into place. Sunny had gone home. Jeff was feeling as if he had a home away from home. And me? I thought about how proud I'd felt when our guests told me they liked our house. I thought about how comfortable I was in my room, how easy the house was to live in, how seldom I'd thought about our old house in the last few days. I looked down at Tigger, lying peacefully next to my pillow, and I sighed. It was as if I'd finally found the ruby slippers and clicked my heels. I was home. As I drifted off to sleep, I heard those creaking noises again, but this time they didn't startle me or scare me. They were just the sound of the hope settling of the house settling, the sound of my new home taking shape around me. The end. Yep, sometimes you need to talk about something and cry about something and let it out. That's all you can do. People felt she was kind of Christy clone, but Jewish and with lots of allergies, which is kind of a stereotype now that I think of it. Is it? I learn about new stereotypes all the time. There's so many of them. Why are there so many stereotypes? Who pays to see a house? I live about 40 minutes from the Lizzie Borden house. I haven't been. I haven't been to the Martin Luther King home, the birth home. We walked past it when Anton was here, but it was closed by the time we were there, so like we had missed the last tour, but we saw like the King Center and everything else. Human's gonna human, and also just, you know, when a little kid asks you to give him a quarter, most people cave. No, she mentioned the cat earlier in the book, too, because I did say that she said he was a gray tabby, like a striped tabby, and that reminds me of my cat Pennywise. But he kind of just like, you know, he only got a mention like once or twice in the beginning and then at the very, very end. And I don't think I've ever heard about him before now. But yep, that was Welcome Home, Mary Ann. Babysitters Club, Friends Forever. I liked this one. This one was fun. Oh, I never even put it on Goodreads. Let me put that on Goodreads while I'm sitting here before I log off. When I took a couple nights off, I needed it because I had had a really long few days and I was exhausted, but I also really missed just reading books with you guys. Let's see. Um, oh, I love for my Goodreads friends. There is nothing better because it is so easy to put books on your want to read shelf, like to shelve them on the want to read shelf, but it is so satisfying to get to move them off the want to read shelf and onto the read shelf and be like, yeah, I did read that book. Do 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 do. Give that one a 4 stars. If you want to be my friend on Goodreads, feel free to look me up. It's in my socials. Oh, I just gotta chill. How many books have we actually read? This is my account specifically for all the books that I cover. We've read 94 books on this channel. I think that's pretty great. I definitely think the idea to read a Cheetah Girls book tomorrow is great. So I think we should do that. But yeah, that one, at least it wasn't like gut wrenchingly sad. It was just kind of sad in like a healing way. So is the Phantom video is blocked everywhere. I'm in the process of trying to get it unblocked. I'm a little nervous because I cut out the clip that they asked me to. But one thing that they like to do is then start like pointing around to other things and being like, we'll cut out this, we'll cut out this, we'll cut out this. So we'll have to see. Worst case scenario. I will just have to re-upload the whole thing, which will be very annoying because it already has like 1,100 views, and I would hate to have to do that to the channel analytically. But like, I refuse to just cave and be like, all right, I guess I don't get to do this fair use cover. Same book. She meets Logan. She basically has him the whole series. Oh, yo, it's raining super hard here, Laser. You might have heard it at some point during the night. There's a lot of thunder, but I will let you guys go. It's 12:32 where I am, but thank you for sitting here and reading this book with me. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I will see you tomorrow. Let's plan to read the third Cheetah Girls book, because I have 4 of those big collections of 4. So between Milo and Patrick helping me out, we have 16 of the books to read. So I say let's, yeah, 16. So I say let's keep going on that series. That sounds fun. Good night, everybody. Night Owl. Good luck with the vid. Good night. Thank you, Paulo. Good night. Good night, Rex. Fair use doesn't exist in their minds. I know, right? It's super annoying, but you know. YouTube problems. We'll get it figured out. There's bigger problems in the world, but you know. I'll keep you guys updated. I'm excited for Cheetah Girls. Me too. I'm excited for a Dorinda book too. I like Dorinda a lot. But yeah, good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you next time.